Thank you. Bishop? Good morning, Senators. Madam Clerk, could you please administer the oath to the new Senators? Thank you.
I, Joshua Wayne Harrow, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. So help me God.
I, George Goddard, do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senators, I have received correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Assembly advising that the following motion and bills were passed in the House of Assembly and forwarded to the Senate for its concurrence. Value-Added Tax Act, Resolution of Parliament to approve draft Value-Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3, Number 1 Order, Non-Governmental Organizations Amendment, Banking Amendment, Child Justice Amendment, Real Estate Brokers and Agents. Please be informed that Senator Kejiana Toussaint-Shallery and Senator Ember Charles, who are out of state on official government business and therefore will be unable to attend today's sitting. Senators Kejiana and Ember Charles are presently attending the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Advanced Professional Development and Skills Building Residency Program in Valletta, Malta, which started on the 23rd February and ends on the 1st March 2025. Again, I encourage senators to do online programs, and that will qualify you to attend residency programs. I have received an excuse from Senator Herod Stanislaus, who is out of state and therefore will be unable to attend today's sitting. Welcome, Senators George Goddard and Joshua Harrow. Yesterday, Wednesday, 26 February 2025, Parliament hosted 3 senators from France and staff members of the French Embassy in St. Lucia. And if you look to the screens, you will see some of those photos being shared with you. The senators were interested in visiting the island home of our double Olympic medalist, Julian Alfred. Very fruitful discussions were held between the French senators and members of Parliament on the issues of health, education, security, and trade. I thank Senators Alison Jean and the Deputy President Dee Lee and House Speaker Honorable Claudius Francis for being present. Ms. Sunita Daniel, CEO of Export St. Lucia, delivered an excellent presentation, and we express thanks to her and her staff. And special thanks to the principal, staff, and students of the Ave Maria Girls Primary School for their wonderful welcome expressions performed by the dance troupe and choir. On behalf of all senators, I offer congratulations to the government and people of St. Lucia for a very successful 46th Independence Anniversary celebration. Also, senators, you may have noticed the renovations and beautification of our parliament space, the paintings, erection of railings, etc., and the signs to be erected very soon. All the ideas in terms of making our parliament, outside of our parliament, look more beautiful, more welcoming for visitors and St. Lucians alike. Statements. Papers to be laid. Honorable Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information, and Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I greet everyone. Good morning. And before I move on to the papers to be laid, allow me, Madam President, to say a special welcome to our two temporary senators, Senator George Goddard and Senator Harrow. Madam President, I also beg leave to extend my condolences to the family of Erwin Ferdinand, who met his demise a few days ago in my community, and I wish them strength and deepest sympathies. Madam President, I wish to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 166 of 2024, Fiscal Incentives St. Lou Woodworking Limited Amendment Order. Statutory Instrument Number 167 of 2024, Fiscal Incentives East Green Energy Company Limited Order. Statutory Instrument Number 168 of 2024, Tourism Incentives, St. Lucia Tourism Authority Board of Directors Notice. Statutory Instrument Number 169 of 2024, Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court Judicial Officers Pensions Act Commencement Order. Statutory Instrument Number 170 of 2024, Resolution of Parliament to authorize the making of an order for the 2022 supplement to the revised edition of the laws. Statutory Instrument Number 171 of 2024, Value Added Tax, Resolution of Parliament to approve draft value added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 6 order. Statutory Instrument Number 172 of 2024, Customs Duties, Amendment of Schedule 4, Number 3 order. Statutory Instrument Number 173 of 2024, Price Control Amendment Number 18 order. Statutory Instrument Number 174 of 2024, Excise Tax, Amendment of Schedule 1, Number 18 order. Statutory Instrument Number 1 of 2025, Value Added Tax, Amendment of Schedule 3, Number 6 order. Statutory Instrument Number 2 of 2025, Consumer Protection, Appointment of Members of the Consumer Protection Council Notice. Statutory Instrument Number 3 of 2025, 2022 Supplement of the Revised Edition of the Laws Commencement Order. Statutory Instrument Number 4 of 2025, Price Control Amendment Number 1 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 5 of 2025, Excise Tax Amendment of Number 1 of Schedule 1, Number 1 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 6 of 2025, Export St. Lucia, Appointment of the National Export Council Order. Statutory Instrument Number 7 of 2025, Regulated Substances, Appointment of the Board of the Regulated Substances Authority Notice. Statutory Instrument Number 8 of 2025, National Insurance Corporation Amendment Regulations. Statutory Number 9, Instrument Number 9 of 2025, the St. Lucia National Housing Corporation Jackmel Ancillary Vesting Order. Statutory Instrument Number 10 of 2025, St. Lucia National Housing Corporation Kazabag Rosalie Vesting Order. Statutory Instrument Number 11 of 2025, Micro and Small Business Enterprise ZMED Ambulance Transport Services Order. Statutory Instrument Number 12 of 2025, Fiscal Incentives Numar Solutions Inc. Order. Statutory Instrument Number 13 of 2025, Legal Profession Eligibility Deandra Chanel Goss Order. Statutory Instrument Number 14 of 2025, Legal Profession Eligibility Charlene Ann Leona Skeet Order. Statutory Instrument Number 15 of 2025, Tourism Stimulus and Investment 1881 Holdings Order. Statutory Instrument Number 16 of 2025, Motor Vehicle Road Traffic Designation of Inspectors Order. Statutory Instrument Number 17 of 2025, Price Control Amendment Number 2 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 18 of 2025, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 Number 2 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 19 of 2025, Insolvency Act Commencement Order. Statutory Instrument Number 20 of 2025, Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Registration Amendment of Schedule Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 21 of 2025, Motor Vehicle Road Traffic Registration Amendment of Schedule Revocation Regulations. Statutory Instrument Number 22 of 2025, Legal Profession Eligibility David Devanad Danghu Order. Statutory Instrument Number 23 of 2025, Tourism Development MJ Wheelers Inc. Order. Statutory Instrument, I'm just making sure that I've done all of them, Madam President. I think that should be it. Thank you.
Motions. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to lay the following motion standing in my name. Whereas under Section 1091A of the Value Added Tax Cap 15 Act Cap 1542, the Act, it is provided that the Minister of Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedules of the Act. And whereas it is further provided under Section 1092 of the Act that an order made pursuant to Section 1091 of the Act is subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament, except where the amendment is to the customs tariffs headings only. And whereas Parliament approved the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 6 order by the Value-Added Tax Act, resolution of Parliament to approve draft value-added tax amendment number Schedule 3, Number 6 order, Statutory Instrument Number 171 of 2024. And whereas the value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 6 order is published as a Value-Added Tax Act Amendment of Schedule 3 Order, Statutory Instrument Number 1 of 2025. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft Value-Added Tax Amendment number Schedule 3 Number 1 Order to amend Schedule 3 of the Act by an affirmative resolution of Parliament to include as an exempt import the import of 2 vehicles by the MV Logos Hope for the period commencing from the 28th day of January 2025 and terminating on the 27th day of February 2025. Be it resolved that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 1 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to include as an exempt import the import of 2 vehicles by the MV Logos Hope for the period commencing from 28th of January 2025 and terminating on the 27th of February 2025. If I can just just put this in context, what this amendment is seeking to do is essentially to grant the Logos Hope, as we know, has been coming to our country with very valuable literature and other stationery and resourceful material that our population usually seeks to participate in, purchase, and basically they needed to have the VAT waived on the purchase of 2 vehicles. As we know, other duties can be waived, but to waive VAT, we must come to the Parliament. So this amendment is basically seeking the Parliament's approval to waive VAT for the purpose of these 2 vehicles that were brought in and purchased by the Logos Hope. And so we hope that the Senate will find it fit to grant that approval for that purpose. Thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 1 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to include as an exempt import the import of 2 vehicles by the MV Logos Hope for the period commencing from the 20th day of January 2025 and terminating on the 27th day of February 2025. Senator Fede.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Before I get into the body of my presentation, I just want to ask for some latitude to congratulate young Joshua Harrow, who is for the first time making an appearance here in the Senate. So I want to welcome you and hope that you will have a great day here today. Madam President, VAT has always been a bad idea. Whether it's on Logos Hope, whether it's on the poor people of St. Lucia, whether it's on small businesses, the United Workers' Party, we've always felt that VAT is a bad idea. Now, I love the work that is done by Logos Hope. I love the books that they bring. I love the literature. And of course, I mean, would I support a measure to give them VAT-free concessions? Yeah, absolutely. It's a worthwhile thing because of the thing that they do. But VAT, which the St. Lucia Labour Party at times in their history has said that VAT is oppressive to the poor, have now embraced this tax as though this tax is the panacea of all of our revenue problems. And so, Madam President, Logos Hope is asking for this concession because they find VAT oppressive. Other nonprofits, we've been here before, and there are several other nonprofits that we've had to waive this for. And you know why we have to do it over time? It's because this tax is onerous. This is onerous on nonprofit organizations, on civil society groups, whether they are just community groups. They have to go and face these extra costs when they are in a non-for-profit business. And so the time has come for us to ask ourselves, not just to evaluate.
Senator Fede, sorry to interrupt you so early in your presentation, but the statement you made that the Logos find the VAT oppressive, I would like you to be very careful when you express that on behalf of the Logos. They find it oppressive. They have not made that statement. They simply ask, the government is simply asking for VAT to be removed for the 2 vehicles for the period of 2 months. But for your statement to be on record saying that the Logos, MV Logos finds the VAT oppressive is making a statement on behalf of the Logos that they have not made. So I want to caution you to be very careful, or maybe withdraw that statement because it's not a very wise one to make.
I've been looking at the lower house, Madam President. I know what will happen here today.
Beg your pardon? Senator. Senator Fede.
Yes, Madam President.
I have asked you to withdraw that statement because you have senators. The presiding officer will be heard in silence across the floor. I am saying to you, Senator Fady, I simply asked you to withdraw, not to correct, absolutely withdraw that statement for the record, because the MV Logos did not say they have found the VAT tax in St. Lucia to be oppressive. A simple withdraw that statement.
So, Madam President, I'll say to you, the fact that they are here asking for the concession is a very clear statement from them, whether unwittingly said or not, that VAT is oppressive to their operation. And they would like us to remove this
Madam
burden
President?
from them. So I'm not going to change my opinion.
Senator
This is my
Jean.
opinion, that they
I have called on
is
Senator
oppressive.
Jean. You have a
The
point of
VAT is
order?
oppressive on logos.
Please stand.
Point of order, Madam President.
Senator Jean, what is your point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the senator is misleading the House. The motion before us, Madam President, says clearly that there is a period of a waiver for the VAT, which implies, Madam President, that the MV Logos Hope came in with 2 vehicles for a particular period, which will be exported. So they came in for the period 28th of January 2025 to 27th of February 2025 and are leaving with the vehicles. So that period, Madam President, is requested so that no VAT or import duties. The Cabinet has already waived the import duties and all other taxes applicable to these vehicles, and so the VAT has to come to Parliament in order that that waiver can be made. So, Madam President, there is no suggestion of oppression as we see in the resolution before us. Thank you.
Senator Fady.
Madam President, I realize that you've taken some discomfort with me using the word oppressive, so I'll say this to you. I will withdraw it, right? But I'll say this. It is my opinion, and it would appear that Logos Hope find the VAT oppressive. And that is my assumption that I draw. Okay? Now, whether senators in this room wants to say that because they're giving Logos Hope a break, that VAT is not oppressive on other small businesses, semantics. And that is their opinion as well. But Madam President, it is my view that countless of small organizations in St. Lucia could be much better. The dollar could have gone much further. Not even the churches are spared from VAT. Nowhere in the Act does a church go and need to buy their stuff and are they spared from VAT. People that are not even in this for business, right? You charge the churches. I mean, I remember, when we were in government, the VAT legislation, as it was originally conceived, was even charging the dead on VAT, and we had to remove VAT on funerals. This is how insensitive that has been. But Logos Hope, and I'm happy that this motion is coming to the House, because I think, Madam President, that what we are missing in this motion is an opportunity to have a wider discussion about how we apply VAT. And so I love the fact that the motion seeks to help this institution. And we've done it before for other institutions of a similar nature. But the time has come for a wider discussion on how VAT is affecting the operations of non-profit organizations. We have organizations that are underfunded, that would like to do more stuff, but then the government goes and take the tax from them. This question that I'm raising today, Logos Hope was fortunate enough to get a concession, but not every community group in St. Lucia, not every non-profit in St. Lucia has the opportunity to get this concession. And so therefore, Madam President, we are missing a wider discussion on VAT. And I see the members on the opposite side are getting all touchy, But this discussion is absolutely crucial. Is it right that someone has a sports club and they go to buy sporting gear or they go to buy other paraphernalia that they may need for the operation of that club, and they need to pay the VAT on that? Is it right that a church that's there to give spiritual renewal to people, that church should not be exempted totally? Now we exempt hotels from VAT. Hotels are exempted. Hotels, and then the leader of government business will stand up later in anticipation and say, I was a former tourism minister, so I should understand. But yes, I do understand. That's unjust. And so if you can do it for the hotels, you can do it for the churches. Madam President, if you look at the Tourism Development Act, hotels are given VAT waivers on building materials when they're importing it. Hotels are given VAT waiver on the importation of fixtures and furnishings. They're given all those waivers. So why can't you do it for the church as well? Logos Hope, I am happy that this motion addresses it. But what the point we're making here today is that we are missing an opportunity for a wider discussion on how VAT should be applied. Madam President, the opposition, the government side, soon to be opposition, the government side love VAT so much that in the middle of a crisis, the inflation crisis, they put on a 2.5% tax. You know why, Madam President, they put on the 2.5% tax? Now, I'll use the word it will appear because I'm expressing my opinion as well. Now, you will recall history shows that when the Labour Party implemented VAT at 15%, Madam President, that the United Workers' Party saw it fit and wise to reduce the VAT rate from 15% to 12.5%. And when we did that, Madam President, we did that out of concern for organizations like Logos Hope, because we concluded, Madam President, that organizations like Logos Hope, represented in this motion here today, that for them to operate and for them to serve our communities effectively, that there were certain aspects of the VAT legislation that was onerous to their operation, and them optimizing their full potential and doing the best they can do for the people of St. Lucia. Madam President, so they didn't want to increase the VAT rate from, and it would appear, I'm going to say, this is my opinion I'm expressing now, they didn't want to increase the VAT rate from 12.5 to 15. So they went back and they got their 2.5% and they call it a health and security tax. And they did so, Madam President, in the middle of an inflation crisis. And then we recognized the true reason why the health and security tax was for. It had very little to do with health and security, but the Prime Minister came and said that it was a policy-based loan, that loan was to show the CDB that the government was doing something about the revenues of the country. Madam President, the United Workers' Party is always concerned about how any revenue measure will affect the poor people of this country. And we believe, Madam President, that the VAT rate, even though they have zero-rated items, that many poor people going to the supermarket find it difficult to get groceries and to afford commodities in the supermarket because of the high VAT rate. Madam President, the poor people of this country cannot escape VAT. Low-income families, Madam President, can escape income tax because there's a threshold and there's a tier system. VAT, whether you make $100, Madam President, you have to go, and if there are certain commodities that are VATable and you deal with a business that's VATable, you have to pay the VAT, Madam President, whether you are making $100, $200, or $500 for the week, Madam President. And that's why I am a strong advocate against this level of taxation because of what it does to poor people, Madam President. Madam President, as we debate this motion, to give concessions to Logos Hope. And I support that. I support that, no problem. Right? But I support it too for everybody else. I support it too for a number of other non-profits. That's the point. Now, VAT is a killer of small businesses. We saw at the implementation of the VAT when many small businesses, Madam President, could not make it through the VAT implementation. We saw a decrease. We get into bamboo rafting, don't worry. Don't worry, we come into that, Listen, bamboo rafting only tells you, Senator, that this senator is a wise business person and he's a successful man. Now, if you have failed in your life, that's up to you. Now, what I'm going to say is this. VAT is a killer of small businesses. A killer of small businesses. A killer. Right? Small businesses are being called upon to pay the VAT on invoices, monies that they have not received. So let me explain, Madam President. If Logos Hope was a for-profit company and they send an invoice to the government of St. Lucia, you know, when the St. Lucia Labour Party is in power, government take long to pay. You know that, Madam President. Now, government is very, very slow to pay. Many small contractors, small businesses, they do a lot of work for government, but they have to go through this red tape. But in the meantime, they are called upon to pay the VAT up front. Where do they get that cash flow from? So this is why I'm saying that the government side has missed
Senator
a
Fagan,
perfect opportunity.
I pondered a while on your utterance that when the Labour Party is in government, it takes long to pay, and that I, as presiding officer, know that.
Madam President, no problem. I'm in a good mood today. I will withdraw everything you want me to withdraw. Okay? So, Madam President.
Senator Fagan.
Yeah?
I would appeal to you to conduct yourself with honor. This is not a joke in here today. I have asked that you withdraw that statement because it applied to me. The statement of you saying you will withdraw everything I ask you to withdraw because you're in a good mood. Senator Fagan, let us take the business of the people seriously. Please, I implore you. Proceed.
Madam President, sorry, but I'm confused. I mean, the level of passion and vigor with which I bring to this debate, don't you believe that I'm serious?
Passion is one thing. How you utter the words you use is a different thing.
Madam President, I'm so guided. Now, would you like me to withdraw the Labour Party comment? No problem. So, Madam President, government take long.
I didn't ask to withdraw. I said the comment that when the Labour Party is in government and it takes long to pay, that I, Madam President, know that. I do not know that. I need you to withdraw that entire statement.
My apologies to you, Madam President. No problem. No problem. Madam President, that was just a figurative speech. No problem. I remove you out of the debate. However, my opinion is that governments take long to pay. But when the Labour Party is in power, governments take even longer to pay. That's my opinion. Now, so small businesses hurt from that level of bureaucracy, from the red tape, from the lack of urgency that's required, the lack of cash flow. It evaporates every single piece of oxygen from these businesses. And that's why I'm saying that this motion for Logos Hope is a perfect opportunity for the government to reevaluate and overhaul the entire VAT regime. And that's a very serious conversation. Now, Madam President, I will say to you this, and to say to this House, through you, no bill is simple. No bill is routine. And so, this might be a short motion, short motion, written with very few words, and attempts to do a good thing. But it needs to be broader, so that whatever is being attempted here can affect more people, more organizations, and can affect positively St. Lucia. I want to thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Jawahir.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to you and good morning to colleague senators. Madam President, just before I make a few comments towards this bill, I just want to express my deepest condolences to the families of the two young ladies who have lost their lives due to violence. We have made several statements on this, and in as much as statements always come out when someone's life is lost, we understand that action serves a better purpose. And I look forward to making my comments on the Child Justice Bill just as an example. Madam President, I did not expect to stand to make any contribution towards this bill, but I felt compelled to this motion, thank you. But I felt compelled because it seems like there are some senators who have selected amnesia. Because when VAT was officially implemented in St. Lucia, it was in 2012. But prior to that, there was consultation on introducing VAT in St. Lucia, on St. Lucia. Who was the government at the time? It was Honorable Stephenson King at the time who was the Prime Minister. It was the United Workers' Party who engaged in discussion to introduce VAT to St. Lucia. Okay, where are we today? Since then, the United Workers' Party promised the people of St. Lucia to remove VAT. They promised, was that the 5 to stay alive or 5 for 5? 5 for 5. Promised St. Lucians to remove VAT. Did you
Madam
do
President,
it? No.
I stand on the point of order.
Senator Fede.
Madam President, I'm a member of the UWP.
What is your point of order? What is your point of order?
The member is misleading the House. A card-bearing member of the St. Lucia Labour Party cannot know the policies of the UWP better than me. Here is our policy. We said, and listen carefully, that we are going to reduce VAT immediately, and we are going to work on the complete elimination of VAT over time. Over time. So after all the debts you all borrow, we have to keep the revenue.
6 years.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President, because it was the United Workers' Party who campaigned on a promise of removing VAT on the backs of St. Lucians. They were the ones who introduced it, and they were the ones who promised to remove it. They were just there.
That's right.
They were just there. And the member wanted to throw an attack at a sitting member, talking about if you have decided to do nothing with your life, because I'm a businessman, so let's talk about bamboo rafting. Okay, you may have removed VAT for bamboo rafting, but you were there. You didn't do it for the churches.
Madam President,
as a former elder of a church, you did not remove VAT for the churches.
Sit, then I acknowledge. Senator Fede.
So, the member, I stand on the point of order. Complete nonsense by the member. Complete nonsense.
Senator Fede.
No.
Fede.
I remove VAT for bamboo rafting.
Senator Fede.
I remove VAT for bamboo rafting. That's a lie. I'm sorry. That's an untruth.
I've turned off your mic.
I remove VAT for bamboo rafting. I remove VAT for bamboo rafting.
Take your seat, please. Senator Fede, take your seat.
No, the member...
Take your seat. I am presiding. I am presiding.
Yeah. She needs to report and comment.
My light is on. Senators. We will conduct ourselves with honor in this space. I called on you, Senator Fede. You have to address the chair and tell me what your issue is, on which point that you've stood up, and express it. I do not expect senators to go at each other across this room. It will not happen today, and it will not happen while I preside. Please be guided. Any day, while I'm presiding,
Sure.
while I'm in this chair, it will not happen.
Sure.
You don't tell me when to call you. I am speaking.
No problem.
Turn your mic off. Now, I'm going to lean you again. Senator Fede, please explain to me what is this media misleading.
Madam President, I write this on the point of order. The senator has made a very flawed comment. I want to say to her,
What was the comment?
she's misleading the House to say I removed VAT for bamboo rafting, a company I'm affiliated with,
Okay.
and I didn't do it for the churches.
Okay, stop,
Okay?
stop.
Yeah?
Her statement was, you may have removed VAT for bamboo rafting.
I absolutely did not.
Okay, thank
Because
you.
let me
Okay.
explain. Bamboo rafting.
Senator Fede, you have said absolutely
I'm giving you some facts,
did not.
Madam President.
I did not need the facts. You have made your statement. You did not, and I've accepted that. Take your seat. Senator Joyer, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. I will move on.
You
because somehow-
indicated, Senator Fede, you corrected, you said you did not, and that was sufficient. You have made your statement. Senator Joyer, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. I will move on because I realize I have struck several nerves. But we're going back to
Madam President.
VAT. And I did start off by expressing
Senator Fede.
Yeah. Madam President, the member continues to mislead the House. And I would like the comment about me using my position as a former government minister to, no, it's all implied here. It has to be struck off the record. Madam President, I am begging you to use your good offices to have the senator to withdraw that comment before she moves on. The bamboo rafting business started under the St. Lucia Labour Party, and it has never received any concessions from any government. And it started while the St. Lucia Labour Party government is in power. I had no such authority to give myself any. It needs to be withdrawn, please.
I wish to focus on this word may. Senator Joyer said may, and you have said no. This is clear cut. We move on. Please proceed, Senator Joyer.
Thank you very much, Madam President. As I mentioned, it was the United Workers' Party who introduced VAT to St. Lucia, and the government of St. Lucia, under the leadership of Honorable Philip J. Pierre, has done its best to assist small businesses, medium-sized, large businesses, etc., not just hotels, but all and sundry who have been able to present the proper documentation and have made the request. The Cabinet of Ministers, the guidance of the Prime Minister have decided on that. The St. Lucia Labour Party removed VAT on sporting equipment. The St. Lucia Labour Party removed VAT on sanitary napkins and Pampers for adults and the elderly. The St. Lucia Labour Party removed VAT on building supplies following storms and hurricanes. We have done our utmost best to ensure that those on all sides of the spectrum get the treatment that they expect and the treatment that we believe they deserve. So to pinpoint the logos and say we're doing it for some and not for all is disingenuous. And it is such a shame, Madam President, that we believe we must posture to the gallery, like what transpired on Tuesday, because young people are looking up at us to set the example that when we come into this honorable house, we are not above the law, we are not above the president of the Senate, we abide by the rules of the house, and that is what members on this side know very well. But I wanted to remind the senator, I wanted to remind him of what the SLP has done, and don't make it seem like VAT is such a bad thing. Because VAT is an opportunity for the country to have another stream of revenue, just like another stream of revenue, which I know we will deal with later. But I just wanted to stand on my feet very quickly, Madam President, and make those few remarks to remind the senator of where we were, where we are now, and where we are going. Thank you.
Senator Jean.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I wish to preface my contribution today by extending condolences to the families of Alana Bernard. Alana Bernard was murdered in Corinth about 2 weeks ago. She leaves behind 3 children, her mother, her father, and siblings. Also to the family of Jolie William, who was stabbed in Redwy. We also heard of the brutal chopping of an entire family in Choiseul, and the father has succumbed to his injuries. And also murders committed by siblings, 2 brothers a brother in Olio who killed another one, and another brother in Rosehill who killed another one. Madam President, when these heinous acts are committed, it doesn't only affect the family, it affects the community, and it affects St. Lucia as a whole. So we all should be denouncing the criminal acts that take place in our midst. It's not only when they are committed on women that we speak up, but we speak up for everyone that is committed. And my heart goes out to the mothers of all of these individuals who have been murdered, because I share a similar experience, and I associate with the mothers in particular of these, especially the young people. Madam President, on a less somber note, I wish to congratulate the Independence Committee as well as all of the groups in the various communities who have organized really impressive independence celebrations. I think, Madam President, we're seeing that through independence, our pride in being St. Lucian is growing. And I, for one, I am standing tall as a St. Lucian, and I'm really proud of our achievements today. Madam President, as it relates to the motion to approve the draft value-added amendment Schedule 3 on behalf of the MV Logos, I am quite perplexed at the direction that this debate has taken. And I wonder, in the presence of the youth of St. Lucia, the youth who I embrace of St. Lucia, need to be better educated on the imposition of VAT and the effect of VAT and the reason for VAT. Madam President, as has been said by my colleague, VAT was introduced. I was a public officer at the time, and there was extensive consultation on VAT prior to the year 2011. In November of 2011, the St. Lucia Labour Party became the administration of the day after elections. And there was much dialogue, much consultation, and the process was very much entrained when they assumed office. Madam President, it is erroneous to say that hotels do not pay VAT. Because if you go onto the St. Lucia Inland Revenue Department's webpage, you would see very clearly that hotels pay a VAT of 10%, while the regular VAT is 12.5%.
Senator Fading.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to stand in the point of order. The member is misleading the House. To suggest, and she's implied, that I have said that hotels don't pay VAT. That was never said. I said hotels on, and I listed what they don't pay VAT on: building materials, furnishings, fixtures, lightings, and a whole host of products I've shown in the construction of a hotel. Where the hotels pay VAT is when they sell the vacation, and the hotels don't actually pay the VAT. That's on the customer that is passed on to. So it is fundamentally different in how VAT is applied to the hotels, and I was very distinct in listing what the items were, just for some clarity.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Someday, Madam President, when we're lying on our beds and we go back to Hansard, we will see what we are saying. So, Madam President, hotels pay a VAT of 10%, and that is for the education of our young people. Also, VAT, as was rightly said by my colleague, there was a promise to eliminate VAT during the period 2016 to 2021. The majority of St. Lucians voted on a promise that there will be the complete removal of VAT. And that was during the period 2016 to 2021. What happened during that period? If you felt that VAT was so oppressive that today, for Logos to ask for VAT exemption for 1 month, it is so oppressive to us in St. Lucia and to Logos. Why wasn't VAT completely eliminated during the period when they had the authority to do so? Madam President, we come here to this august chamber and we ought to be respectful. We ought to show the youth the respect that ought to be had in this chamber. Not to come and dance and play like we are actors, we there in a movie. We're not here in a circus. We need to come and be more respectful here. And this thing, we believe that people are attracted, that the people of St. Lucia are attracted to this type of behavior. We're realizing, and we will realize very soon, that they denounce and reject the type of behavior that we see in this house. Madam President, my question is, what does VAT do? Why is VAT collected? Why is it necessary for not only the government of St. Lucia, but almost every country in the Caribbean to impose VAT? Why is it necessary that you can have VAT rates from 12.5%, or in our case 10%, all the way up in some cases to 22.5% at countries in the region? Why is it necessary? We collect VAT and we collect revenue, or the government of St. Lucia collects VAT and revenue for healthcare, for education, for security, for infrastructure, to support the youth, for sports, for innovation, and I may leave out some of them. But, Madam President, if we do not collect revenue, we cannot expect any support to these sectors. So where else do we get it from? And I want to hear, Madam President, the suggestions from the opposition of alternative sources of revenue. Yes, it is oppressive, so what is your recommendation? Where else do we get it from? So we can talk and talk and talk and make the youth believe that the government is so oppressive and the government is in VAT. Give us an alternative source of revenue so that we can support these sectors and develop our country even further. Every avenue that the government has created to bring in revenue has been criticized by the opposition to the point that they want to completely eliminate these areas, and I wonder where are we going to survive? So we want more support to the police. Give them vehicles, give them equipment, give them better conditions of work. Where does the money come from, Madam President? We want road infrastructure and we quarrel if there is a pothole. But where would the money come from for that to happen? We want to be able to go to OKEU and St. Jude Hospital and get quick service and get medication and get everything. Where would that revenue come from? We want health centers in our communities. Where will the money come from? Let's come up with suggestions, Madam President, instead of coming and parade ourselves to show how bad the government is. On the flip side, in addition to what the government is doing, we're seeing support to small and medium-sized enterprises. We're seeing support to the youth economy. And it is a tremendous benefit that the youth should take advantage of in order to develop themselves. We're seeing support to pensioners. Pensioners are telling you they've never, ever had lump sum payments. I thought he was standing on a point of order as usual. Yeah, well, since I saw him standing, I was waiting to see if he was standing on a point of order. So, Madam President, there is support to pensioners, support to teachers, support to civil servants, support to the police, support to healthcare. Just recently, a large injection of funds were given to the OKEU hospital, continuous support to other institutions. So, Madam President, all of that support must come from somewhere. And we've seen that it is being done under this current Philip J. Pierre administration. So, Madam President, one last thing that I want to say, that my fellow senator on the other side indicated that VAT has killed small business. Madam President, for one to qualify, for one to register for VAT, to be a VAT-registered company or business, you must have a threshold of $400,000. That's a small business, Madam President. No need to. We have to educate people and do not come here and have innuendo and misinformation and disinformation. I am appealing to the young people of St. Lucia to research for yourself and do not be led by people who are desperate to regain office. Don't do so, young people. Do not be led. Research for yourself. Be inquisitive to get the truth. Do not get paid. Do not take money just to associate with people who are desperate to come back into office, because we saw what happened during the period 2016 to 2021. And Madam President, in closing, I want to say that I often wonder how this current administration is able to do so much more in the period that they are in office. And you know what I have concluded? That under this administration, there is less wastage, there is less pilferage, there are better decisions, because you do not have large sums of money going to unquestionable areas. You don't have money now going to consultants to prepare budget. You don't have money and large exemptions, remember, tax exemptions given to these very hotels that they say not paying VAT. Large waivers, concessions of taxes were given to these very hotels. And so, Madam President, these things are not happening now. So the money actually goes directly to the people of St. Lucia. Our civil servants can now benefit from their retroactive pay plus their salary increases. And there are salary increases to come for the period 2025 to 2028. That is because there is less wastage, less pilferage, and better decision making. And so, Madam President, I fully support the waiver of VAT to the MV Logos Hope. We know that the Logos Hope comes to St. Lucia and sell books, valuable books, books that we need to go buy. It's unfortunate that they're leaving today. The exemption is today, it's up to today. But I hope that St. Lucians benefited from the books that are on sale so that they can further their education, they can gain inspiration, they can get pleasure out of what has been sold by the MV Logos Hope. And I want to also thank MV Logos Hope for their continued interest in coming to our beautiful island, St. Lucia, and hope that they return again soon. Thank you.
So, is anybody? Senator? Senator Prosper?
Thank you, Madam President. I really had no intention of speaking on this motion because I felt it was straightforward. Allow me leave, Madam President, to express condolences to the family of Elena Bernard and Jolie William, as well as the Labadie family from Industry in Choiseul, who were victims of chopping, and we lost Mr. Vernon last week. This family is very distraught. This family is in mourning and needs the support of everyone. Madam President, I heard Senator Fede speak of VAT and how bad he felt VAT was. But I sat there in awe because I remember very well, as it has been said before, that his administration promised to remove VAT completely. And at the time I felt that this wasn't an administration that was ready to run a country. Because if you think that you can remove taxes and run a country, in my opinion, that's madness. And they realized that when they got into office that it was impossible. And so they didn't remove it. But now I'm hearing that VAT, that Logos realized that VAT, that there shouldn't be VAT. The senator would appreciate that VAT plays a critical role towards domestic revenue mobilization. This is a major revenue investment in many developing countries, and St. Lucia doesn't stand alone. And Madam President, we are not thinking of putting VAT on charcoal, on black pudding, on anything like that.
Not at all.
Because we realize that we cannot place VAT on people who do not really make any revenue. The senator admitted that there are items that are zero rated. I am certain that he realizes that the government has given incentives across the board, and we do not discriminate. Anybody who qualifies gets incentives. Madam President, we have a country to run, and this is a very responsible government. We cater for small contractors. For example, now, any small contractor who receives a contract for $10,000 or less pays no tax. Before, while the former administration was in power, they had to pay taxes on $1,000 and $500. That no longer happens. We recognize that the people in the country would require water tanks because of global warming. And so the government has decided to remove VAT on water tanks and connections for water. That is very valuable. And as Senator Jahil has said before, on sanitary napkins, on diapers, on building materials, because we are a government that cares about the people, especially the most vulnerable people in St. Lucia, and we want people to remember that. And this is why we have all of those incentives, and in some cases, they say that we are we look at small shop and things like this. Madam President, this is the government that also implemented a minimum wage because we felt that there were too many people who got a salary that they could not live with. So we tried to get a livable wage for the people of St. Lucia. We also established a minimum pension of $750 to government workers and $500 for NIC workers, because this government has demonstrated prudent management of the economy. There's no recklessness on this side of the House, Madam President. And therefore, I want to fully support the waiver of VAT to the MV Logos Hope. Madam President, the two vehicles are leaving St. Lucia today. I thank you.
Senator Goddard.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, Senators. I would like to make just a few observations here this morning. As some of my colleagues have stated, we did not expect this long drawn-out debate on such a simple and straightforward matter. However, given the direction that this has taken, given the direction that it has been given by our Senator, Senator Fede, who is not now present in the chair, seems to be a trait of some organizations. I need to make a few observations. First of all, it has been stated that the VAT, which is so oppressive, was in fact prepared for by the government of the United Workers' Party. They prepared for it. They carried out all the prior consultations. It was apparently not oppressive then. On November the 18th, 2009, the VAT policy was approved by a cabinet of the United Workers' Party. The VAT office was operationalized in 2007 by a government of the United Workers' Party. Was it not oppressive then? Let us stop the posturing. You see, when we come to deal with the business of the people, we ought to be honest, straight, and forthright. Whether you are SLP, or whether you are Flambeau, or whether you are PLP, or whatever organization, that you need to be straightforward, factual, and honest with the people. And let us stop dancing around like little puppets and trying to impress whom? The people of St. Lucia? I think the people of St. Lucia spoke. If they were impressed with that kind of behavior, they would not have spoken with the tenor that they spoke.
That's right.
But again, the dishonesty. I remember very, very clearly, during the election campaign, which led to the United Workers' Party coming into office under Mr. Alan Chastney. During that time, I remember it was said, oh, we will remove that. It was only when there were certain little disturbing whispers around. How are you going to remove that? Then an amendment was made, oh, we will reduce it. But they stated very clearly from the beginning that they were going to remove that. Remove that. At the time, I thought that was an exercise in buffoonery.
Senator Vady.
Yeah. Madam President, I rise on the point of order. The member is misleading the House. And it has been happening. Every senator comes to speak, says that the United Workers' Party says that they are going to remove VAT. We said we were going to reduce VAT in the initial stages, which we did, and we kept the promise. And then eventually we were going to work towards the complete elimination of VAT. So please, stop mischaracterizing the statement.
Senator Goddard.
Madam President, I will continue.
We know what we heard.
I will continue because my memory is very clear. And I stated, and perhaps before the senator came back in, I stated very clearly that my first recollections of this VAT business was, we are going to remove VAT. And there was disquiet, even among their supporters. And then it was amended to say, we are going to reduce VAT.
Exactly.
But guess what? 5.5 years later, they never removed VAT.
Right.
They reduced it.
That's right.
They reduced it. Now,
That's right.
I will say further, as a student of business, I know that whenever you take these decisions, you're going to reduce this, reduce that. You carry out a sensitivity analysis as to how it is going to affect your revenue. Was such a thing ever done? I doubt it very much, because you know what happened? After they won the election, they were scrounging around. And by how much are we going to reduce it? By how much? This, that, the other. They were scrounging around until they settled on some number. And you know what? You know what? When they settled on that number, they had revenue issues. So much so that as a result of that, they were going all around saying, you know, we can't open OKU OKEU hospital because we don't have the money. That is the kind of pagal government that was happening during that time. And so,
Senator Fede.
Madam President, I rise on the point of order. Again, the member is misrepresenting the facts. We weren't scrounging around and we didn't have revenue issues because we reduced VAT. We had revenue issues like every country in the world because there was something called COVID-19, which affected the revenue of every single government in the world, even the great United States of America. Come on, Senator.
Madam President, you know, I will not be derailed by the tactic of frequent interruptions, which has been the hallmark of that side for some time, in both houses, for some time now. I will not be derailed by this, will not be derailed. So, it may be your opinion, you may express your opinion, or the senator might express his opinion as to it being that, but the decision that they could not open OKEU hospital preceded COVID. And they were hurriedly, in a haste, they were forced to open when COVID hit, but that decision preceded COVID. So do not come here and distort the facts as is customary.
Pandemic, what do you expect?
Madam President, yes, as I have stated, it took all of 5.5 years.
Senator Fede.
Yeah. Madam President, again, the member misleads the House. And I stand in the point of order, sorry. And the member is misleading the House is my point of order. To say that the revenues problem started before COVID is a complete and utter misrepresentation of the facts. I have in my hands, right, documents from your own government. And if you look at the table of the Economic and Social Review, you will see that the year that we reduced VAT, that the VAT rate, the number of revenues that we picked up was in the proximity of what we got the previous year, because we replaced VAT and we implemented other tourism taxes. So there was an airport tax, which we saw a 12% increase in revenue. Airport tax, airport development tax, and we have an accommodation tax on tourists as well. That's what we did. We weren't there just saying willy-nilly, let's remove VAT. We had a strategic policy to replace the burden of VAT on the backs of the people of St. Lucia with reappropriating it to the tourists of the country. So please be guided.
Senator Gordon, please proceed.
Madam President, I hear the Honorable Senator, this is his explanation, but the facts are far from this. And it is very, very easy to misconstrue the facts which the opposite side have become past masters at doing. But the facts are there. OKEU was not opened, not until they were forced to open, because of shortfalls in revenue. And had that VAT been at the level it should have been, that shortfall in revenue of something like $59 million that they were talking about, that would not have been, that would not have existed. And so, again, I say, I will not be derailed by theatrics.
That's right.
So,
go on, my brother.
Having made these observations, I want to say that I support fully this motion. It is very, it is a shame that we should have to take this circuitous path during this debate to arrive at a position on this motion. Because clearly, what I see here, what we all see here, is that every opportunity is being taken to take pot shots at the revenue streams that we are creating, that St. Lucia is creating. And I'm not saying that we are SLP, but St. Lucia is creating to see that the business of the people is funded in this country, right? And so I am not surprised at the position that has been taken by the other side, by the senator in question. And so that is why I thought it was necessary to expose the disingenuousness, or is it disingenuity, whichever is the word, the disingenuousness of such posturing. Let us stop that posturing. Let us be factual. Let us be truthful. Let us be forthright. Madam President, I thank you.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, thank you. Earlier this morning when I stood to present this motion, and I have presented such motions before for a number of them in this House, in the Senate, where we have waived VAT for particular purposes, including barrels and many other purposes. I did not anticipate that at 11:25 minutes to midday, we would still be here having a discussion or a debate on this particular motion. But I noticed that the leader of opposition business decided to use the opportunity. I'm not sure what his motive is this morning, but I noticed we have a young, and I say young, temporary senator in the chamber. And I'm not sure that his conduct so far, in terms of the debate, is the correct example to be setting for his colleague. Anyhow.
Yeah.
Senator Fede.
Madam President, I rise on a point of order. The standing orders are quite clear that it is inappropriate for any mention to be made of the conduct of any senator. I mean, not like I really care about what the senator thinks about me, but it is inappropriate. And let us be guided, because the standing orders are quite clear. You're not supposed to make any comments on the royal family, the president, and senators. But just for the record, Senator, I really don't care what you think. And you should mind your own business.
Senator Fede, this was your point of order? Please proceed.
Madam President, I was just interrupted and I took my seat to obey the standing orders and allow for the member, based on your instruction, to stand on a point of order and make a big scene of conduct. But I think we just saw exactly what I was talking about. So I need not elaborate, because this is exactly the point I was making. So I thank him for making the point even clearer. So, Madam President, I really thought that by 11:30...
Senator Gibeon, could you give me a minute, please? You turn off your mic, please. Standing order 37(4) reads, it shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of either chamber. Offensive or insulting.
Thank you for that clarification, Madam President. I hope I can complete...
Senator Gibeon, can I give you a second, please?
Yeah. Madam President, I rise on Standing Order 37(8). The conduct of Her Majesties, members of the royal family, the Governor General, members of the Privy Council, or the Senate or the House of Assembly, or judges or other persons engaged in the administration of justice shall not be raised except upon a substantive motion moved for the purpose. There's no purpose about my conduct that has to do with anything with this motion. The standing order is quite clear, Madam President. The member is out of order, according to the rules, to be speaking about my conduct. I'm begging you, Madam President, as the presiding officer of this House, please use your good offices to have the member desist from doing such.
Senator Fady, I will actually allow this utterance by Senator Gibeon because I had on several occasions to caution you about your behavior. But this is my ruling. Please proceed, Senator Gibeon.
Thank you, Madam President. I really wish to be able to complete my presentation and to be heard in silence. I think the standing orders also make reference to a member, and for the benefit of our young senator, I think he would probably want to learn that members should be heard in silence. And I hope that I can be heard in silence as per the standing orders. So, Madam President, we saw a whole barrage of utterances and all the theatrics that we witnessed this morning. And I really have to respond to some of what I saw and I heard. First of all, Madam President, let's look at the facts. With regard to the VAT situation and what exactly obtains, I think some of my colleagues have already referred to the origin of the VAT Act and which government had made the preparation, they put in the infrastructure for that particular act. But I want to go further, Madam President, and remind the Senate that as per Cabinet Conclusion number 1074 of November 29, 2007, that Cabinet Conclusion approved the implementation of VAT and the VAT Project Office with a mandate to implement VAT. Cabinet Conclusion number 1074 of 2007, November 2007. Now, Madam President, you see, you can see the difference between our approach and the approach of the opposition. I stand and I present the facts. I quoted the Cabinet Conclusion. I do not wish to read the entire thing because I would then have to make it a document of the House, but I make reference to it to establish the origin of that tax. And so when the opposition pretends that in 2025, they have certainly found sympathy or trying to find the sympathy of the average St. Lucian and refer to the VAT as oppressive, I want to remind them of the origin. Madam President, this motion basically sought to provide the exemption for MV Logos Hope so that they can access these two vehicles. And I did present in my opening remarks, my opening presentation, that Cabinet had granted the other duties and the other exemptions. And the only reason we would have to come to Parliament is because you can only exempt VAT in the Parliament. So if there was so much concern about logos, were we supposed to also, was there something oppressive also about the other duties and the other taxes that are normally exempted or imposed on various goods, services, and products? I didn't hear the member mention that, but he was attacking VAT. Madam President, I heard the hotels being quoted, and I think the member knows very well that as a former member of Cabinet, as a former Minister for Tourism, he probably would have lost count if he had to consider the number of exemptions that were given under his watch to hotels that included VAT. As a matter of fact, one of the biggest debating points in the last 7 years was the 20 million or so that a particular hotel, and I don't want to go back and mention names, was basically, allowed not to pay. I didn't think that, I don't recall that kind of sympathy and empathy being expressed by the member then. Madam President, then I heard about the churches. You see, it's not the first time that this opposition has tried to gain the sympathy of the church or to get the church involved in their dialogue and in their, in their propaganda. So they just loosely mention the churches. And what we know, Madam President, is that this government has repeatedly granted waiver of concessions, waiver of duties, waiver of VAT to churches and religious institutions through the SSDF and other mechanisms all the time. So to suggest that we are doing some disservice and some punishment to the churches is again another tactic. Madam President, I also noted that the member continued to have that discussion about eliminating, whether it was reducing or removing. Madam President, for me, that's irrelevant. What's true is that as soon as the member in his cabinet and his leader attempted to remove 2.5% on the VAT some years ago, they immediately imposed $1.50 on fuel. And for him to suggest that it was only on the hotels and the departure tax and so on, the $2.50 that was being paid as excise tax was increased to $4. That represents an increase of 60% on the excise tax. And who buys fuel in this country? Only the tourists? The poor man, the young farmer, the average taxi driver, they don't buy fuel? They don't pay excise tax on every single gallon? Madam President, I don't want to go back to the charcoal and the pudding. I think we know who attempted to do that. But when the opposition attempts to posture and plead on behalf of poor people, I want to remind this chamber that the government or the group of people who have been championing the cause of the less fortunate and the poor people in this country is this government. And I will give you the examples. Madam President, it is the St. Lucia Labour Party government that has found it fit to increase the minimum wage in this country to ensure that nobody gets paid for less than $6.52 an hour. Nobody. And has ensured that the pension, we have pensioners in there, you know, they play like they don't remember. They collect their pension at the end of the month, and they collect their $500 too, and they say nothing. Madam President, you can see a bush, you're sick. You can collect toutes ces benefits, like you can venir ici à faire accorder, il pas bon. Madam President, it was this government who decided to increase the pension of all St. Lucians. The public, those who work as government pensioners, minimum 625 or 725? 725. And all others, no less than $500. It was this government. That's a fact, Madam President. And I want him to stand on a point of order and tell me that's not true. Madam President, it was the St. Lucia Labour Party government that has made sure that small contractors who are receiving $10,000 or less on small contracts will pay no tax. Having parlé about poor people, poor people. Madam President, it is this government that has looked at the lowest salaries and the lowest bracket of public servants who get paid here, who have ensured that people who are earning less than $25,000 a year have been exempted from paying income tax. This government did that. And finally, Madam President, it is this government that has made sure that the people in all of the public servants in St. Lucia, including those in the lowest salary scale, have received a 13% increase in their salaries for the last triennium. And Madam President, those who pretend to be championing the cause of the poor.
Senator Gibeon.
Madam President, I rise on the point of order. The member is misleading the House again. He's misleaded the House many times. But I can't sit here and listen to all of the propaganda. Madam President, when he says that it is the St. Lucia Labour Party government that would have ensured that in the last triennium that the civil servants receive their increases, that is factually incorrect. The decision was already made The only thing that had to happen, because the country was going through a revenue crunch, there was a deferment.
Senator Fede, Senator Fede. Thank you. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Please proceed.
Madam President, I really want to have a laugh, but I won't, because this is the Senate of St. Lucia.
There will be no laughing in here, Senator Gideon.
I will not, because this is a serious matter. I think that the Senator Fede is attempting to, to create some kind of circus in this place. I mean, I just stated a fact. The government of the St. Lucia Labour Party, on the 20th of March 2025, paid public servants 13% increase in their salaries. That's what it is. Of February. This month, last week, Thursday.
They didn't pay.
I will repeat, Bamadisa Creole, because I don't understand. I hope he understands it better when I say it in Creole. Madame President, gouvernement Labour Party cette ici. Le 20 février l'année ça là, le jeudi passé, payer toutes ces votes civils, l'intérêt à sous paiement à sous salaire. L'argent yo était supposé joindre depuis tant gouvernement flamboté à gouvernement. Ou peut dire ou te vle faire, I don't want to go into that. Madam President, what is it I said in this statement that is so offensive or untrue? This is a fact.
They didn't pay.
And there are people sitting in this chamber who received that increase. Madam President, when I say that the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party has championed the cause of the people that the opposition is attempting to sympathize with today, this is factual. And I just sought to provide a few examples. But today I anticipated everything that was happening. You see, every time the St. Lucia Labour Party delivers something to the people of this country, it incites the opposition. They get angry. They have to respond. Something good happens. And I recall what happened when we introduced when we mentioned the pension, the increase. I remember what happened when we removed VAT on building materials. I remember what happened when we made the announcement that we were going to increase reduce the threshold from persons who were earning up to 18,000 to 25,000. I remember the reaction of the opposition. It is consistent. Chaque le gouvernement ça là fait un bagay qui bon by cette lycéen. Opposition ka levé fâché. Et puis yo ka vini en kay concite et puis commencer à chez Halikasi. Madam President, I never thought that a simple amendment to allow the Logos to receive 2 vehicles, VAT-free, something that we have come to this chamber many times to do for other institutions, other organizations.
Correction, not to receive vehicles, but to bring in 2 vehicles for
to exempt them on the import of the vehicles. Thank you, Madam President. Something that has been done here so many times, that today, why is it that this becomes a problem today, the 27th? 27th of February. Why? I'm very curious about why this thing becomes an issue today. It puzzles me, because that's nothing new. That has not been something that we certainly did for the first time. And I really am very curious. But Madam President, we have a number of other issues on the order paper. I just want to thank the members who saw the benefit or the relevance or the need for us to do so. I really want to thank the Logos for the service that they have provided in providing the literature to probably increase the knowledge and the curiosity of our people in this country. I wish them well on their journeys, and I look forward to the benefit that they will derive from the concessions that they've been granted by this amendment for the 2 vehicles that they have imported. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 1 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to include as an exempt import the import of 2 vehicles by the MV Logos Hope for the period commencing from the 28th day of January 2025 and terminating on the 27th day of February 2025. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Sovereign Wealth Fund of St. Lucia.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that this bill be presented for second reading at a next or subsequent sitting of the Senate.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Business Amendment.
Virtual Asset Business Amendment.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Deputy President, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Orders number 49-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at the sitting.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Standing Order number 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Business Amendment. Mr. Deputy President, this bill, the Virtual Asset Business Amendment Bill, it derived from the Act, Virtual Asset Business Act number 24 of 2022, which was enacted to provide a regulatory and supervisory framework for the virtual asset service providers operating in this country, in St. Lucia. However, Mr. Deputy, upon further analysis, it was determined that the Act did not fully align with the recommendation, and that specific recommendation is recommendation 15.5 of the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF standards. And that is something we have had to do before in terms of making adjustments to our legislation. And so recommendation 15.5, Mr. Deputy, provides that, and I quote, countries should take action to identify natural or legal persons that carry out virtual asset business activities without the requisite license or registration and apply appropriate sanctions to them, unquote. So, Mr. Deputy, the FATF established in 1989 by the G7 Summit has set global standards to combat money laundering, terrorist financing, and other proliferation of weapons and mass destruction and so on. And that these standards include recommendation 15 that we are trying to satisfy in this amendment. And this mandates that the regulatory oversight for the virtual assets and providers of these assets is done. Mr. Deputy, although Section 34 of the Interpretation Act defines a person as including male and female persons of natural persons or natural persons, this definition is applied broadly across different pieces of legislation. And so, Mr. Deputy President, to ensure explicit compliance with the FATF recommendation 15.5, within the Virtual Asset Business Act, the definition of person under Section 2 should be revised to explicitly include natural persons. Currently, the Act defines a person as a sole of corporation, a body, incorporated or unincorporated, a firm, an association, or a partnership. This omission creates ambiguity in enforcement of actions against unlicensed individuals engaging in a virtual asset business. And so, Mr. Deputy, to address this deficiency and to ensure compliance with the international standards, the following amendments are being proposed. The first one, Mr. Deputy, is an amendment to Section 2, and the definition of a person be amended and expanded to include a natural or natural persons. And that ensures that the individuals engaging in unlicensed virtual asset service providers activities fall within the scope of the Act. The second amendment, Mr. Deputy President, is an amendment to Section 4. And in that amendment, a new subsection 6 is to be introduced to grant the Financial Services Regulatory Authority, the FSRA, the authority to monitor virtual asset businesses and to take enforcement action against unlicensed operators. And therefore, Mr. Deputy President, the amendment of this Act will ensure robust regulatory enforcement and compliance with the international financial standards. Mr. Deputy President, in addition, it will provide the FSRA with a legal authority to monitor and penalize individuals and entities engaged in unauthorized virtual asset activities, and thereby strengthening St. Lucia's financial regulatory framework. So these amendments, Mr. Deputy President, we hope will bring us in line and up to standard with these recommendations, particularly the recommendation in 15.5, and I ask that the Senate gives its support to these amendments. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Virtual Assets Business Amendment Bill be read a second time. Senators, the question is that the Virtual Assets Business Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Virtual Asset Business Act number 24 of 2022.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 4.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 starts part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable Senators, I beg to report that the Virtual Asset Business Amendment Bill went through the committee stage without amendments. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Deputy President, I move that a report of the committee be adopted and that bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and the Virtual Asset Business Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable Leader of Government Business. Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Virtual Asset Business Amendment Act 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment.
Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Deputy President, I move for the suspension of Standing Order 49-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at the sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order number 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honourable Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, I beg to move for the second reading of a bill shortly entitled Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment. Mr. Deputy President, in November of 2022, the Security Interest in Movable Property Act, the Act was passed in order to create and facilitate the ease of doing business, especially for small, medium, and micro businesses in this country. And as such, the Act allows small, medium, and of course micro businesses to use movable property such as appliances, equipment, vehicles, and so forth as security for obtaining a loan. And so this bill, however, Mr. Deputy, to provide further clarity in the implementation of the Act, it is necessary for us to amend this Act to provide for the stamp duty exemption to apply to transactions regarding these movable assets only. And so I ask for the amendment to be made to facilitate that particular issue. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Security in Interest in Movable Property Amendment Bill be read a second time. Senators, the question is that the Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An Act to amend the Security Interest in Movable Property Act number 22 of 2022.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 3.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Aye. Honourable Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable Senators, I beg to report that the Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Deputy President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and that the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of our contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment Act 2025.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Child Justice Amendment. Mr. Deputy President, as we would have been aware in the Senate, this bill had been previously circulated and therefore it is here for second reading. And so I wish to proceed with some brief explanation in terms of the context. Mr. Deputy President, the bill on this occasion, which is the Child Justice Act Cap 309, the Act, not the bill but the Act, is explicitly amended in this case here to, one, to introduce a new provision that grants the High Court, the discretion to impose a custodial sentence that it would deem appropriate. It also, secondly, Mr. Deputy President, addresses a provision erroneously referenced in the Child Justice Act has been deleted in the Criminal Code Cap 3.01. Secondly, Mr. Deputy President, the First Amendment in this bill removes the period for which the court can impose a custodial sentence for a child to a correctional facility, and in its place, it permits the court to exercise discretion to impose a custodial sentence that would be deemed appropriate. Mr. Deputy, the amendment in this bill also addresses an error in the Act by deleting the incorrect reference and inserting the correct section of the Criminal Code that has been deleted. Mr. Deputy President, given the minor amendments to this Act, the Senate is invited to pass the Child Justice Amendment Bill, but which would grant the court the discretion to impose the appropriate custodial sentence and thereby strengthening the child justice framework. So I put this to the Senate for its approval.
Senators, the question is that the Child Justice Amendment Act be read a second time.
Does it strengthen?
Sorry. Senator Polius.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, my colleagues, members of this honorable House, and my dear friend and esteemed colleague here, Senator Joshua Harrow, who's here for the first time, I really want to congratulate you. And fellow St. Lucians, Mr. Deputy President, I rise today not merely as a parliamentarian or senator, but as a St. Lucian who is deeply concerned about the future of our children. I am concerned about the state of our communities and the safety of all St. Lucians, particularly the future of this country, the youth. Madam President, I'm not here to defend crime. I'm here to defend justice. And am I here to excuse wrongdoing? Or no?
I'm in this honorable house today to demand fairness. And I'm here today, Madam President, to argue for a system that rehabilitates the young boys and girls of this country who might find themselves in trouble with the law. Madam President, this Child Justice Amendment Act proposes to remove the 3-year limit on sentencing young offenders and gives judges unrestricted power to decide how long my child, your son, your daughter, nephews, sisters, cousins, how long they should be detained in perhaps a correctional facility for the wrongs that they commit. Madam President, I want to say this in Creole for the benefit of our Creole-speaking audience. Madam President, loi sala ka bay juge, eh bien, majestoire tout pouvoir pour décider combien de temps jeune garçon, jeune fille, niveau, cousine, combien de temps yo kay fait la jol, Baudelaire, eh bien, qui punition yo mérité pour ça yo fait qui compte loi Sainte-Lucie. Sans pièce direction, est-ce ça c'est justice? Is this justice? Is this fair? Madam President, we live in a country where youth crime is on the rise. And I'm sure we can all agree that this is something that is plaguing our youth population or youthful population. Violence among our youth is escalating, Madam President, and discipline in our schools is declining at an exponentially high rate, Madam President. Madam President, our young men and women are being lost to the streets. They are being lost to gangs and hopelessness. And it is heart-wrenching, Madam President, to see, to witness, to hear of such heinous crimes that are happening in our country. We've been hearing of a few lately. And sometimes, Madam President, I don't even know what to say. And sometimes the most I can do, Madam President, is to call on the name of the Almighty. But as leaders in this country, we ought to do something to save our young people. We ought to do something to save them before they get into crime, before they decide to live a life of crime. But instead of investing, Madam President, in more progressive rehabilitation, instead of investing in more responsive education and empowerment programs, Madam President, this government responds by proposing a full discretion to a judge in order to determine the fate of these young men and women without clear guidelines. And this is the concern that we have on this side of the House, Madam President. Madam President, without any fear of contradiction, I say that this move is a flawed approach to juvenile justice. I hope that, Madam President, the leader of government business, though he has not, in his opening statements or his opening remarks, did not prove or did not convince me that such an amendment would in some way address the issue of juvenile crime that is plaguing our young people. I hope that in his rebuttals, he attempts to do so. Madam President, we all agree that crime must be addressed, and it requires all hands to be on deck. So let us not pretend that this act will do anything to truly curb the crime situation. I'm not convinced yet that it will. But Madam President, what I see is that this act opens the door for several undesirable things to happen, Madam President. Two of which I want to mention in my submission, and I know that my humble colleague will do justice. From a young person's point of view, he will do justice in his remarks. Madam President, I want to start with just the first loophole. And I call it a loophole, Madam President, because without clear guidelines, clear sentencing measures, Madam President, we just leave room for inconsistencies and ambiguities. So I call it a loophole, Madam President. The Act proposes a removal of the 3-year sentencing limit, but does not establish any kind of new framework for appropriate sentencing. Madam President, you know what the concern is? And I just want to reiterate it. Without a defined set of guidelines, Madam President, judges can impose overly long or inconsistent sentences, Madam President, potentially leading to juveniles being incarcerated for periods that are disproportionate, to the offenses. And let us be clear. Let us all be clear that this is not justice. This is uncertainty. So, a poor young man or a poor young boy from a troubled home could be sentenced, Madam President, for far longer than necessary simply because there are no limits in place. Think about that. A teenager who made a mistake could have their lives stolen from them because the law offers no clear guidelines on fair sentencing. Let's think about that. And a young person who needed guidance and mentorship, who would instead spend years in a facility, Madam President, exposed to an environment that does more harm than good. Madam President, we need to open our eyes to the realities. The reality that confronts us. And yes, it is the harsh reality that we need to be able to deliberate on. So I just want, Madam President, just to do a little comparison. because I know that St. Lucia is not the only country that is grappling with the issue of crime or youth criminal activities. Let's take, for example, Jamaica, Madam President. In the absence of strict sentencing guidelines, Madam President, children in conflict with the law have historically faced excessive sentences. Some minors, Madam President, have been held in juvenile correctional centers due to vague sentencing provisions. Madam President, I'm shifting to Trinidad and Tobago. Prior to reform, courts had broad discretion in sentencing juveniles. And you know what that led to, Madam President? That led to cases where children were placed in correctional facilities for minor offenses without proper rehabilitative measures. These are the concerns, the harsh realities, the undesirable consequences of such an amendment. Madam President, I'm moving on. Without this 3-year limit, and I'm not saying, Madam President, that this is the only way. There are other things that need to be done. But if we are going to remove this 3-year limit, please provide something, some alternative that will work. So without this 3-year limit, the act may unintentionally, it may not necessarily be deliberate, unintentionally encourage longer sentences instead of giving any kind of consideration to alternative sentencing measures or rehabilitation programs. Right next door, Madam President, Barbados. Previously, broad judicial discretion in Barbados, Madam President, led to juveniles being detained for extended periods of time without clear guidelines. But in their wisdom, they saw the loophole, and the country has since introduced reforms promoting alternative sentencing measures. Maybe this is something that we ought to do here, Madam President, rather than just leaving it to the full discretion of the judges. So, Madam President, if the ambiguities and the loopholes were recognized and corrected by Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, why are we moving backwards, Madam President? Why are we moving backwards? Is this the kind of justice we want for our children? And would we be so quick to support this act if it were our sons and daughters, our nieces, our nephews, our cousins facing a judge's unchecked discretion? Would we still support this amendment? Madam President, if this government, if we were truly serious about tackling youth violence, youth crime in this country, we would be fighting, we would be advocating for better solutions. And the member opposite asked earlier for alternatives. I will present at least 2 of them, and I hope that the suggestions are not trashed or not dumped in the bins. Madam President, where are the sports and mentorship initiatives to give young people a sense of purpose? There might be a few. There might be a few of such programs. I'm not sure how effective they are, and I'm not sure how widespread these programs are. I'm asking for clarity, and I am really hoping, because I am not even aware that such programs exist in Dennery North. I am not sure that such programs exist in Dennery North. I'm not sure about other parts of the country. I am hoping that the leader of government business, Madam President, would provide some clarity on that. Madam President, we need to have those kinds of community intervention programs to catch our young people before they turn to crime. Madam President, when I look at the police force, I see some of my scout brothers, yes, in high positions. We camped, we hiked, we attended so many jamborees together. Where are some of those groups that can really engage our young people? Our young people, many of them, they're like, nowhere to go, nothing to do. What are they left to do, Madam President? So I'm calling, in a few cases, for the revamping of some community groups, or reintroduction or re-establishment of some community groups, and also some sporting disciplines. I played netball for my community, the Mabuya Valley, and I know that netball was very much alive in the Mabuya Valley and across St. Lucia, because we went to many different communities to play. There is need for that, Madam President, and much more. Let us create those kinds of opportunities and programs so that our young people can channel their energies, be more meaningfully engaged, and learn life skills that will get them to live more responsible lives in this country. So instead of fixing broken homes, strengthening families, and ensuring that every young person has a chance to succeed, we've taken the easy way out. Let the judge decide and hope for the best. Madam President, hope is not a plan. Where is the plan? This is what I ask. Where is the plan, Madam President? So I want to ask every member of this, in this honorable house, and every St. Lucian listening to this debate today, Madam President, do you really believe that giving judges full discretion to determine the punishment that your children deserve for their wrongdoing will make our communities safer? Do you really believe that? Can we truly call it justice when two children, young offenders, commit the same crime, but one gets a light sentence, Madam President, while the other is locked away for years? Can we? Some hypothetical questions I'm asking here. What happens, Madam President, when one judge decides a child deserves 6 months and another decides that the same offense deserves 6 years? Do we call that fairness? We have no guidelines. they are left to their own discretion. And how can we say, Madam President, that we are protecting our children when their future is determined by the unpredictable personal opinions and, I suppose, professional judgment of a single judge with no clear sentencing measures? And Madam President, what happens when a judge makes a mistake? Who will right the wrong? And who will undo the damage to that child's life? Judges, Madam President, although they act in their professional capacity, they are fallible. They are fallible. Madam President, the overarching question is, are we fixing the problem? Or are we simply washing our hands of our troubled youth and hoping that the justice system will deal with them for us? So, before we decide to remove these sentencing limits without proper structure or guidelines, I think we need to take time to reflect, Madam President, on the dangerous consequences of such an amendment. Madam President, this is my submission, and I empathize with the many who have found themselves in trouble with the law. I empathize with some of the young people who are simply looking for answers. I empathize with the young boys and girls who have found themselves breaking the law because they have been influenced by their peers, or because they needed guidance. They needed a good role model, a mentor. I empathize with them. And so, Madam President, this is what I leave with this honorable House. And I hope that the people of St. Lucia who are listening to this debate will take time to think about this. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Lee. Oh.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few very quick observations about this amendment. First of all, let me start off by saying I've heard a lot of discussion regarding the bill and its potential negative consequences. Whereas I see some of that in theory, I think in practice I don't necessarily share that concern for a few simple reasons. One, judges don't operate in vacuums, despite persons seeming to believe so. But in any case, more to the point, there is a sentencing guideline that operates in relation to judges, and in particular operates in relation to the sentencing of young persons. And so a judge has to take certain considerations or certain factors into consideration in arriving at a sentence. That being said, I do question the purpose of this particular amendment and what exactly is the mischief that is seeking to be corrected. I believe the rather short sort of introduction given by the leader of government business did not sufficiently address that issue. And perhaps that is where my concern, if I want to express it in such strong terms, with relation to this bill lie. The Child Justice Bill, or Act, as it was originally conceptualized, was a generalized framework for dealing with persons under the age of 18 who, according to the Act, come into conflict with the law. It provides both for how you deal with them within the court system and a means of diversion, so you take them out of the court system. The concern obviously being that you want to avoid, as much as possible, criminalizing young persons. And in some ways, I think the concern I believe my colleague has is that you are reinforcing criminal behavior in them by exposing them too much to the criminal justice system. But the Act, I believe, creates a procedure and a structure whereby you divert persons from the hard and harsh impact and effects of the criminal justice system. The bill, or the Act, sorry, as currently enacted, provides that where those diversionary, those mediatory, those other alternative resolution processes are not sufficient or not deemed sufficient, that the court can sentence a young person, a young offender, to a custodial sentence not exceeding 3 years. And so the question I'm asking is, why have we found that that provision is inadequate? What is the mischief that we are seeking to remedy by giving the judge unlimited and undefined discretion to impose a custodial sentence, subject to what I noted before, that they do have to operate within certain sentencing guidelines set out by the Court of Appeal? And I just want to take the liberty as well, Madam President, since I'm on my feet, just to speak perhaps more generally to the issues of crime and youth crime in particular in St. Lucia. I believe, and I do share the concern of my colleague Senator Polius, that we need to do more to ensure that the young persons do not get into conflict with the law in the first place. I believe the purpose of this Act is to deal with a situation where all our attempts to divert them before have failed. And so the question we really need to ask ourselves is, why are these things failing? And what steps we need to ensure and strengthen those frameworks to ensure that as much as possible we are teaching young persons conflict resolution, we are teaching young persons how to exercise their energy in a positive manner. Because I think too often, if you look at what has happened with young persons, a lot of the time, one, they don't have an outlet for the youthful energy. Thinking back to when I was a younger person, I should say, you are often filled with that unbridled energy. You're just looking for things to do because you're easily bored, you are easily distracted, and you don't necessarily have the sense of discernment that you get with experience. And sadly, well, not sadly, the way we learn as humans often, in fact, is through experience. Many of us, I think, looking back, have gotten away with things that now we would never attempt to do because we know better. And when I say things, not necessarily illegal things, but I'm just saying we've gone through experiences in life that we would not repeat because we know better. And unfortunately, a lot of young persons, because they don't have positive outlets available to them to exercise that youthful energy, end up in negative situations. And so we need, I think, somehow to begin to educate persons so that they make better choices. I remember having a conversation with a friend of mine recently who is very heavily involved in young persons and sports and so forth. And he was raising or giving us a situation that he experienced where one of his players somehow, despite, again, in this case, actually having avenue to positively exercise his youthful energies, decided that the best thing he could do was to follow some other persons into a criminal activity. And he was musing to himself that he can't understand what would have led this otherwise supposedly sensible young man to get involved in that criminal activity. But the situation we obviously face is that persons are not being able to make rational and sensible decisions, perhaps because we have not taught them how to make those decisions. And so they are learning through negative experience. So we need to make sure that as much as possible we are giving young persons opportunities to exercise their youthful energies, giving them positions of, I want to say authority, but responsibility, where they can learn to make decisions, learn the consequence of negative decisions in a safe environment, and perhaps learn to make better and more positive decisions. I do not purport to know all the means in which we can achieve that, but But I think if we know that's the end that we want to get to, we can start to put together proper programs to ensure that those outcomes are achieved. We also need to ensure that we teach them conflict resolution. Too many times, and this is clearly something that operates even in terms of older persons, because the issues cited by, two of the incidents I believe cited by Senator Je in her opening remarks are situations that clearly escalated to a unfortunately terminal situation because persons were not able to resolve conflict between them. And I'm sure we can looking back, there are several instances of violent crime that have occurred. And when you look at the base of what happened, you're like, but why would you, a chair, a loaf of bread, 25 cents, these are the things that have led to, in a number of cases, murders. And clearly there was a weakness, an inability to resolve a conflict that had no reason to escalate to that level. And very often, young persons, not understanding their emotions themselves, don't have the ability to rationally resolve conflict. So this is something I think we need to start addressing from a very young age, maybe even as young as primary school, addressing and teaching young persons emotional intelligence and how to address and resolve conflicts. So with those just very general observations, Madam President, I just wish to ask the leader of government business if he can identify for me exactly what the mischief is that is being resolved by, because there's already a power to institute a custodial sentence under the Child Justice Act. Why it is that we feel the need to remove the limit of 3 years and make it at the discretion of a judge, subject, as I pointed out, to the fact that a judge does have to still comply with the sentencing guidelines. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Harrow.
Honorable members, I bid you a good day. A member of the Senate, the Senator Lucia, indicated to me that when I stepped in this chamber, it would be baptism by fire. After watching what happened today, I think I may need some holy water with that. I do want to speak on behalf of our young people. When I say members, let's please act with decorum in accordance to what we set for our young people and how they acted in Parliament. This is not just SLP, this is a UWP, all of us. But, Honorable President of the Senate, honorable members of this House, I rise today to stand in opposition of this Child Justice Amendment Bill of 2024. This bill is quite vague, members. It is dangerous, regressive, and may even be a betrayal to our children. If we pass this legislation, we are signing a death warrant for hope, for fairness, and for the future of our young people. Our most alarming component of this bill is the amendment of Section 54, Madam President, which removes the 3-year cap on sentences for minors and grants courts complete discretion in determining the length of incarceration. Now, this is simple change has profound and far-reaching consequences, Madam Speaker. Before this amendment, juvenile offenders could not be sentenced to more than 3 years in a correctional facility. This limitation was designed to ensure that young people had a chance at rehabilitation, and today my key word here is rehabilitation, rather than being permanently trapped in a penal system. However, by eliminating this cap, we are opening floodgates for disproportionately severe sentences that could see minors spending the bulk of their years in correctional facilities or maybe even behind bars. Madam Speaker, let me explain to you, Madam President, sorry, let me explain to you a few implications. Judicial discretion without safeguard. Judges now have unchecked power to impose excessive sentences on minors without mandatory review or limitations. This creates a dangerous precedent where two children committing the same offense may receive widely different sentences based on the court's discretion. Now, I understand that the preposition may have had an idea of how they will go about this bill. However, as presented, it's quite vague, and it leaves that to the notion that one may receive harsher sentences than another, which, as a young person, if I read this, I will feel offended, because we do have victimization in our society. It does exist. And a young person like me, who may not even be able to be in this chamber, but may be a flobo, and somebody may assume the judge might be Labour, may make that interpretation that that is what may happen. I'm not saying that's what it is, but that is a perception that actually exists, Madam President. Higher recidivism rates. Studies from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime indicate that long-term incarceration for minors drastically increases the likelihood of reoffending. Rather than rehabilitating young offenders, extended sentences harden them into career criminals. Again, the key word is rehabilitation. What rehabilitation initiatives do we have for our young offenders and even for those in the Borderley Correctional Facility? Violation of international human rights standards, Madam President. The UN Convention of the Rights of a Child, which St. Lucia ratified, mandates that incarceration of minors should only be used as a last resort for the shortest appropriate time. Now, 3 years is a very short time. So if we remove that cap, what are we saying? We're going against the United Nations? This amendment blatantly violates the principle and places St. Lucia at odds with global best practices in juvenile justice. Now, I want to even go further in detail by giving some real-world examples to the members. The US saw a sharp increase in youth incarceration in the 1990s following the implementation of harsh sentencing policies for minors. Many of these juveniles who were sentenced as teenagers were not able to reintegrate into society, leading to lifelong cycles of crime and poverty. Brazil, harsh sentencing policies led to extreme overcrowding in juvenile detention centers, forcing many children into environments where they were exposed to hardened criminals, further worsening youth crime rates. Now, on the contrary, let's go to Germany. In contrast, Germany has one of the lowest youth recidivism rates in the world because their system focuses on rehabilitation rather than prolonged incarceration. Instead of punishing minors indefinitely, their policies ensure that children have access to education, skill-building programs, and psychological support. Are we offering psychological support to our youth, to our members of government, to everyone who has to go through this system daily and feel the stresses of this 9 to 5? We must ask ourselves, do we want to follow the failures of a punitive system, or do we want to model our juvenile justice policies on successful rehabilitation-focused approaches? We all can address the fact that there is a crime situation happening, not just in St. Lucia, but the entire world. And we have to create adequate solutions because some of the biggest perpetrators are our young people. If we keep talking about crime and we do not come with valid solutions to rehabilitate our young people and teach conflict resolution, time management, and all the essential skills for their development, we're going to be in constant limbo and continue to have this discussion in this house. I remember I had this discussion in 2019, sitting right here as a member of opposition for the Youth Parliament. And I'm back here as an actual senator having this discussion again. It feels like constant limbo. Members, let us move forward instead of being so vague. Honorable members, a nation is measured by the way it treats its youth.
Senator, just to caution you, you speak to the chair and not to the members.
Forgive me, Madam President. Honorable Madam President, the nation's progress is measured by the way it treats its youth. Nelson Mandela once said, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. The United Nations Convention of the Rights of the Child, which St. Lucia ratified, calls for a justice system that rehabilitates, not destroys, Madam President. And yet, with this bill, we are poised to abandon, punish, and permanently scar the very children we are sworn to protect. Madam President, make no mistake, this bill will not punish all children equally. It will fall hardest on some without wealth, without privilege, and even without a powerful last name. As Martin Luther King indicated profoundly, and I quote, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere," end quote. This bill is a direct attack on poor children, marginalized youth, and those struggling against adversity, who will be swallowed by this merciless machine of injustice. Madam President, St. Lucia has a responsibility, both morally and under international law, to treat child offenders with dignity, fairness, and focus on rehabilitation. And again, the key word is rehabilitation. This bill betrays that responsibility. The United Nations has made it clear: juvenile justice must be rehabilitative, not punitive. And let's go even further, the economic toll, Madam President. Beyond the moral and legal failures of this bill, we must confront the massive economic burden it will place on our nation. Incarcerating youth for extended periods means diverting national resources away from education, healthcare, and social development. Madam President, instead of fostering future taxpayers, entrepreneurs, and professionals, we'll be funding more prison cells, more guards, and an expanded penal system that does nothing to build our economy. And we can all see that bodily is filled to the max. So, Madam President, we stand at a crossroads. Honorable members, Madam President, this is not just a vote, it is a moral reckoning. To vote for this bill is to betray our obligations to the youth of St. Lucia and the global community. It's basically almost saying, when we look into the eyes of a child, your mistakes define you forever. You do not deserve a second chance. We have no mercy for you. Madam President, we can choose differently. We can choose to align St. Lucia with the best global practices. We can choose to invest in our youth rather than condemn them. We can choose to be a nation that rehabilitates rather than destroys. And I am not going to say the preposition has done nothing for young people. I always say I give badge to the Prime Minister for the youth economy. I will always give badge where the badge is due for them trying to take the attempts at helping our young people, Madam President. But there is so much more that we can do. We cannot stay at the surface. We must dive in deeper. We must go. So, like I said, instead of giving $5,000, why don't we have incorporations? We find young people with similar interests. We bring them together and develop partnerships. And we create mega enterprises that are based in St. Lucia. $5,000 is not enough to start a business. And as a recipient of the youth economy, Madam Speaker, I can honestly say there's a lot more that we can do in business development, social development, rehabilitative development. And I'm going to say this, Madam President, I am willing to meet halfway and work with the preposition to act on behalf of our young people and ensure that they have the development that they deserve, rather than sit in a house and have a pointless debate just for opposing sake. There's a lot more than we can do. Madam President, as Mahatma Gandhi once said, the true treasure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members, which are our children. Because if we do not stand for our children today, we will have no future left to stand for tomorrow. So I stand in absolute and unrelenting opposition to this bill, and I call upon every one of you to do the same. Now I have a little joke, Madam President. The lower house opposition said, WTF, where is the funds? As a youth, I say WTF, who they fooling? Because we are now in the Senate and we are not going to cast a blind eye to anything anymore. Thank you, Madam President.
So you heard that he's not doing anymore.
Senator Jha.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I wish to commend my colleague on the other side for his maiden presentation to the Senate. I admire his tenacity, and I want to encourage him to continue just ensuring that he chooses the right examples to emulate. Madam President, I stand to put in context what my understanding is of the Child Justice Amendment Act. And in order to do so, I refer to the Principal Act, which is the Child Justice Act, Chapter 3.09. First of all, I went to the interpretation of a child, which means a person under the age of 18 years. And went down further to look at the purpose of that Principal Act, which states that that act is to ensure that the best interests of a child, the safety, welfare, and well-being of a child are of paramount consideration. It lists several other issues. Section 5 of that act also goes on to say that the age of criminal responsibility is from 12 years. So when we speak of child, we're not speaking of from 0. It's really the act relates to the period 12 years to 18 years. Madam President, we live in this country, we live in St. Lucia, and we know of the criminal activity that takes place. And sometimes when the shoe is on one foot, we see things from one perspective, and when the shoe is on the other foot, we look at it from a different perspective. So, we have seen, Madam President, within recent times, that perpetrators of crime are sometimes teenagers. A few of them are teenagers. But we also see some heinous crimes perpetrated by these very same teenagers. Yeah? So one who is 18 years old, one who is 17, one who is 18, commits a heinous crime. And based on the current Child Justice Act, that crime attracts a penalty of 3 years. Okay? Madam President, we know, unfortunately, that we have a slow judicial system. It's very slow. And so a crime can be committed by a teenager, and that teenager is placed on remand, and 3 years elapses before that process comes to trial. By then, the individual walks. The families of the victims, consideration have to be given to them. Because if we are standing here in support of justice, we have to think of justice for the families of these individuals who have been affected by the crimes that have been committed. That's justice. So justice is not only for the perpetrator, but justice ought to also be for the victim. Madam President, we see the prevalence now of gang violence. It is saddening that we're seeing it even in our schools. This thing gives me gooseflesh. That even at the school system, there is already gang violence. Recently, we saw right there on Chaussee Road, young people armed with weapons at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, hitting at each other. The city is a scary place, with young people going after each other because they are members of rival gangs. So, Madam President, when we come to debate an amendment to change the Principal Act, to amend the Principal Act to allow for judges to impose the sentence and not a fixed sentence as in the Act, my view of it is that the Principal Act failed in that respect. Madam President, my understanding of the whole sentencing process is that there are guidelines for sentencing that are fixed by the Chief Justice, not the government, by the Chief Justice. My understanding also is that judges are appointed by the Judicial and Legal Services Commission, again, removed from the government process. Also, our view of judges ought to be that they are professionals who review the various circumstances of each case and then impose a sentence. If we are to view judges as using favoritism and bias in order to impose in their imposition of sentencing, then I think we are living in a scary society. That means we cannot trust judges to impose a sentence on anything, whether it be civil or criminal. And so, Madam President, I would want to know that I'm living in a society where I can trust the judicial system. So that's fundamental. I don't know that a judge would sentence on the basis of political affiliation, race, class. I don't know that. So for one to imply that really makes our system almost feel dysfunctional, because that's a fundamental agency, a fundamental arm of government, the judiciary. If the judiciary in our society, in small St. Lucia, is viewed in a way that it uses bias, then all fall down. Kodise munna? Sayoka dioko? Something, I can't remember. Balfini. Right? Madam President, I totally agree with Senator Paulius that in addition to the changes to the legislation, there must be social, psychosocial support for our young people. But Madam President, I believe it starts with the home. Our parents. It must start from our parents, from the parents of our young people. We have, when we produce children, we must, by example, bring them up, according to the Bible, in the way of the Lord. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. It must start there fundamentally. Not the government first. The Bible didn't tell us, make the child and let the government raise him. The Bible says, you parents, train up your children. That's what it says. Even Jesus Christ, when he was born, was subject to his parents, Mary and Joseph. And so, Madam President, the support system in our society is extremely important in bringing up that child. Madam President, I was pleasantly elated at the recent military parade to see that we now have a female and male cadet corps. We had a female battalion, I think they call it, and a male at the recent military parade. It shows that the cadet corps is growing, and I am really happy to see that. Yes, in the past we had Girl Guides and Brownies and Rangers that we are not seeing, but I believe that there is an attempt to reignite these groups. Madam President, in addition to the parenting, our leaders in society must be examples to the youth. We cannot conduct ourselves any old how and then expect the youth to come and be angels. We cannot expose ourselves as being so angry, as slandering others on social media and telling our young people to turn their guns on politicians and expect youth to come out and be pious and be, little gods. What we do as leaders must be positive examples to our youth. So yes, we cry, we do not want a stiffer sentence, but fundamentally, what we really want is for there to be no crime at all. So what should we be doing to ensure that we reduce and eliminate crime completely? We as leaders of this society, as this country, must show more positive vibes to our young people. We must let them know when they're doing wrong. We must let them know, we must show them that we are good citizens so that they themselves can emulate it. Not come out spewing lies and slander and disinformation and twisted truths because they are watching. It's like telling the child at home, tell the neighbor your mother not there. And the child goes out and says, my mommy says she not there. These are the things that children know and children are brought up with, and that makes them turn into what we're seeing in our society. So, Madam President, what I am seeing that the current government is doing in support of producing more positive, more law-abiding citizens, law-abiding youth, is some of the programs. Recently, in September of 2024, there was a program for marginalized youth in St. Lucia who benefited from vocational training at the Center for Adolescent Renewal and Education at CARE. We have some schools that have been converted to TVET centers. I heard someone saying that there is a school that's converted, a classroom converted as a barber shop. There are hotel trade schools and different things. TVET is now going into the schools because there are some children, the academic courses are a little more strenuous for them. So they're now diverting them into more TVET-oriented training. These are some things that the government of St. Lucia has done. Not should I do, but they're doing it. We have, Madam President, the Youth Economy Agency, and it's sad that I heard my youth senator Harrow indicate that $5,000 is not enough to start a business. But Madam President, $5,000 is a start. And one can take that $5,000 grant free money. It's a good time to be a young person, you know, Madam President. $5,000 to start a business, so you start small. But also, Madam President, you can use that $5,000 as the foundation. That did not happen before. We didn't see it happening. I don't know where before 2021 that you could have gone and get $5,000 with no commitment to pay back. Madam President, après ça, on a $5,000 pour commencer un business, et bien pour élever business ou. Et qu'on a dit trois petits. So, Madam President, I believe that the Child Justice Amendment Act is brought to this House to cure. I cannot speak on behalf of the Leader of Government Business and to respond to Senator Lee, but based on just reading what the law is and the amendment, my humble view is that it is expected to reduce, to be more of a deterrent to our young people, because they would not be so inclined to go into criminal activities or to be recruited into criminal activities. Because, Madam President, an older person who knows that they stand a larger sentence would want to recruit a young person to go and commit the crime on his or her behalf, right? Because they know that that young person can only get 3 years. So you go to prison for 3 years, you collect your change, and when you come back, you have big change in the bank. Because it's only 3 years, it's like going on a holiday. But if you know that there is more stringent penalty, then you may want to think twice about committing that crime. So, Madam President, I stand in support of the Child Justice Amendment Act. I believe it should go along with the other areas of support for our young people. I also believe that there must be support for the victims of these crimes as well. Nous say civil rights activists, nous say, you know, we are civil rights, social activists and so on, but we look only at the perpetrators. We look for the interests of the perpetrators and not necessarily the interests of the victims. And we've seen within recent times so many mothers having to cry out because of the situation that we have. And therefore, I cannot let this pass without lending my support to the Criminal Justice Amendment Act. I thank you.
Senator Fady.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I stand to lend my voice to the amendment being proposed here of the Child Justice Amendment Bill. Madam President, as proposed, Section 54 is being amended, and the verbatim amendment suggests that sentence shall be for a period not exceeding 3 years. That part of Section 54 of the Primary Act will be substituted with these words, and I quote, "The court may impose a sentence it deems necessary." Now, the impact of that, Madam President, one clause, or the original clause, which we seek to amend today, suggests that a period not exceeding 3 years shall be the maximum sentence by a judge. The other clause suggests that the judge will now determine how long that sentence shall be. Madam President, it is my view that a parliament needs to be assertive. A parliament needs to say to the judiciary, what is it you would like? We are not saying on this side that every single eventuality in a certain piece of legislation would be anticipated by a parliament. But certainly, Madam President, where it is clear to the parliament that this is what we want, then that parliament should be assertive and assert its position very straight with the law. I think that this is what you call buck passing. And in my view, the amendment is passing on the responsibility of the parliament to the judiciary. Our constitution is very clear. The rules of the parliament, the executive, and the judiciary are quite clear in our constitution. The parliament, which is sovereign, and that word is crucial. It means that the parliament is responsible for passing the laws. The judiciary is responsible for interpreting those laws. The judiciary is not responsible for passing legislation. The judiciary is responsible for interpreting what it deems the parliament is trying to say in a particular piece of legislation. And so it is, for me, very disappointing. And of course, this does not take away the latitude and the other considerations that judges may use in dispensing justice as it pertains to a piece of law. But the parliament must never ever give up that sovereignty that the Constitution affords it. The parliament must always set the right tone and be assertive. Madam President, this is reflective of how the government has handled many situations, including the crime situation in the country. You speak to the leader of the government and you ask him, what is the plan for crime? Very often he's proud of saying that his father was the policeman, not him. Again, a prime minister who assumes the portfolio of national security minister is responsible wholly and solely, first of all, for the safety and security of a country. And so if you are going to say to me that because your background is not policing, then it does not absolve you from the responsibility of solving or helping to abate the crime situation in the country. You are largely responsible as the head of the government. And it becomes even more so when you would have assumed the portfolio of the national security minister. And so this resembles that posture from the government, being very weak publicly in its statements on crime. That is my view, Madam President. The government has yet to assert itself to say very categorically that we are doing X, Y, Z in a way that is forceful to solve the crime situation. Every time they speak about it, it is always about our job is to give the police what they want. Our job is not to do the day-to-day. But the government is responsible for the overarching policy and strategy. The parliament is responsible. This is certainly an overarching strategy where the government has come to the House, while we are confused what they are trying to accomplish, it is certainly clear to us what that responsibility is of the Parliament. And the government is responsible for making sure that the laws that will support crime fighting are adequate. And so for me, this doesn't take away anything from the capacity of the judges or their acumen as justices. No, this is not what this is about. This is saying, Parliament, you are responsible for passing a law. Pass the law. Don't pass it on to somebody else. This is setting a wrong precedent. And to me, Madam President, needs to be reviewed. I think Parliament should be really assertive. Say how many number of years you want the sentence to be increased to. If you want to move on from 3 years, say you want to increase it. Don't pass it on to the judges to make that final decision. Madam President, the rehabilitation of juveniles in this country have been a major cancer eating away at the very fabric of our very society. Madam President, I reflect on the main institution that's responsible for juvenile delinquency and rehabilitation, the Boys Training Center, which to me remains a very troubled institution, Madam President. The facility, the building, in its dilapidated shape, Madam President, says a lot about its own ability to adequately deal with the problems which confront us in the area of rehabilitation of juveniles. Madam President, most people who work in this area will tell you that for many, many decades, the Boys Training Center has been less than adequate, but has also been a very underfunded institution which continues to fail a number of our young people. Madam President, a number of our young men go from time to time, they are released from the BTC, and then they reoffend and they come back to the BTC. Many of the young men graduate from the BTC and go on to commit more serious crimes. And then they graduate into the more senior institution at the Borderley Correctional Facility. I remember, Madam President, that in November of 2005, a young inmate at the BTC lost his life as he was burned to death in his cell. The press reported that this young man was screaming out for help, screaming out for someone to come and save him from a fire, which remains mysterious how that fire in his cell had become aflamed. Madam President, the irony of this is that the government took this young man from his mother, saying that she was unfit to be a mother. He went to the government institution and he met his death, Madam President. The mother and the entire country are still waiting for justice. The report, Madam President, I know for many, many years it had remained very, very, very unsolved and unfinished. I don't know if in recent times we have seen a report that has adequately said to us, these are the facts surrounding that case, and so therefore here are the lessons that we can learn going forward in the area of juvenile delinquency. Madam President, many of the BTC inmates, beg your pardon? Wards. My apologies. Wards at the BTC. Excuse me. have complained about the less than adequate facility and less than adequate care that they receive at the institution. I thought that, this bill gave us a very good opportunity for us to examine very closely what is happening in our main institution for the rehabilitation of young boys. Madam President, if we are going to solve what is happening in this country, and we've heard the word today, my colleagues were fond of saying we must set the example. I agree that we should set the example. I agree. We should set the example. We should. I agree with that 100%. But Madam President, if the St. Lucia Labour Party administration wanted to set the example as it relates to role models, why is it, Madam President, a minister whose visa is revoked sits in its cabinet today? Why is it, Madam President, that a minister with a gun offense sits in the cabinet of the St. Lucia Labour Party administration today? What message are you sending?
Madam President, on a point of...
Why is it, Madam President, that the same
Senator
member...
Shah.
Madam President, the Senator Fede is misleading the House. Madam President, the visa of the minister is not revoked but reinstated, or the minister currently has a visa. And I'm not sure, Madam President, again, that this ought to occupy the attention of the Senate at this stage while we discuss the Child Justice Act.
Senator Fede, please proceed. And I do concur that that information of a minister's visa being revoked, be very careful. You may be asked to present that information in the Senate. So I would suggest that you move away from this debate. Senator Gibeon, Ferdinand.
Madam President, I rise on a point of order. The member has grossly misled this Senate. He's just stated that there is a sitting minister in the cabinet of this government whose visa is revoked. And it is a fact that there is no minister it's a fact that there is no minister in this government who has a revoked visa. Every minister in this government, a part of this cabinet that I'm part of, has a valid visa. And so that particular statement is grossly misleading and incorrect and should be withdrawn.
Senator Fede, I would like to ask you to withdraw that statement.
Madam President, I used the word was revoked.
I think you said is revoked and is presently sitting in cabinet.
Why is it?
Well, please correct this. Please correct this.
Okay, so let me state for the facts. Why is it that the St. Lucia Labour Party administration would allow a sitting government minister to occupy a seat in its cabinet when he has had his visa revoked? That is past tense. And the minister...
Senator Gordon.
A point of order. That is grossly misleading, because is it being suggested that one of the qualifications for sitting in cabinet is having a visa? Ridiculous.
Please proceed.
Yeah. Madam President, I thank you and I thank the senators for their interruptions. But I want to say that we can disagree or agree whether it is questionable about one's character when the United States of America
I ask you to move away from this line of argument, please.
But they are not allowing me. They're talking about it.
Senator Fede. Senator Gibeon. Senators, as I indicated this morning, there will be honorable behavior in the Senate today and all days. Senator Fede, I've asked you to move away from this line of argument and please stick to the bill before us and look at relevance. We're talking about the Child Justice Bill, the amendment as it pertains to the 3 years being removed given to the discretion of the judge. Please stick to this argument, please. I'm so guiding you.
Madam President, if you would allow me to respond to the big call by Senator Jha, who would have stated in her presentation to the House that if public utterances on Facebook would preach about violence, then it would be very difficult for us to expect our young people to preach love and act in love. Madam President, in relation to that, that same government minister is on his TV show every Thursday attacking the reputations of people. He has used racist remarks. He has called the leader of the opposition a white man who should not be prime minister.
Madam President.
He has done all of that, Madam President. And if
Senator Jawahir,
in the
Madam
premise
President,
of hate
I stand on
speech,
a point of order.
what is your point of order?
Madam President, the member is misleading the House and also impugning improper motives. Prior to this debate, he stood speaking towards his character, and we cannot address his character. Yet, he refers to the character of a member of cabinet who is not present in the Senate. So I would advise, under your discretion, Madam President, that the members stick to the motion at hand, or the bill at hand, which is an amendment to the Child Justice Act. It was your words when you said to not speak to your character, and now, Madam President, he's speaking towards the characters of individuals who are not here to defend themselves, who do not sit in the upper house.
Senator Fede, I would like to ask you to please move away from this line of argument and stick to the bill before us. I understand it's a debate and you are responding to Senator Jean, who spoke to find examples, but I think I've given you enough leeway. So I think you need to stick to the bill.
Madam President, I'll always be guided by you. Madam President, in the year 2021, we've had 75 murders. In the year 2022, 72. In the year 2023, 75. In the year 2024, Madam President, the most recent calendar year, 77, a record-breaking year. Madam President, unfortunately, an all-time high we've seen in homicides in this country. Madam President, so far for the year, we've had over 10 homicides. And so I want to suggest that these numbers are very startling. And these numbers, Madam President, are very clear that our country have not been able to get a grip of the crime situation affecting St. Lucia. Most of the young people or most of the homicide victims appear to be young men. And most of the offenders or suspects are also seemingly of the same age, Madam President. And so, while we are here discussing this, Madam President, we cannot lose sight of this situation. I heard a former Prime Minister who said recently that every single thing that we have tried in this country before in the area of solving crime has failed us. Nothing that we have tried in the last 40, 50 years have worked. So we've bought vehicles before. We've bought bulletproof vests before for the police. What's the other thing? Jet skis. We've bought jet skis before for the police. I think that's what the Prime Minister said. Vehicles have been bought for the police before, but nothing that we have done so far seems to have worked. So we find ourselves discussing this very important bill at a time, Madam President, when the country is gripped by a crime crisis, one that has worsened over the last 4 years. One, Madam President, that continues to cause many families to long for justice. And I heard the senator said that the court system is slow, but then later in her sentence she said that if we are saying that the judges don't have the capacity to make this discretion, then the court system is dysfunctional. Well, Madam President, I agree with the latter assumption. The court system is dysfunctional. There are many unsolved murders in this country. Many families are still waiting for justice, Madam President. What does that say? If several hundreds of court cases, there's a backlog of cases that judges and members of the judiciary and government officials have stated clearly that this is the reality of our justice system, which seems incapable of keeping up with the pace of homicides and burglaries and other crimes that are affecting our country. Madam President, in the year 2011, 2012, there were 13 so-called extrajudicial killings that led the then St. Lucia Labour Party government to launch an investigation into these extrajudicial killings, which they stated, Madam President, would have emerged from an operation by the then United Workers' Party administration, the previous, and that investigation led to what we know as the impacts report. The impacts report, Madam President, was prepared by a group of representatives from the Jamaica Police Constabulary. It then meant, Madam President, that because of this rather these telling findings in the impacts report, it meant that St. Lucia would have been disqualified from training, from gaining weaponry from the United States, a major ally in crime fighting in the country. And so the impacts report, which was then produced sometime in 2013, thereabouts.
Senator Ferdinand.
Madam President, I was very cautious before I turn on my light. I would like to stand on the point of order and refer to a statement that I heard with regard to the extrajudicial killings that the member opposite alluded to. And if I am correct, and I'm subject to correction, I think I heard him say in 2013, 2012, 2013, Madam President, there were no extrajudicial killings. As far as we all know, this transpired under the government of the United Workers' Party prior to 2011. So if he made an error, I would like that he corrects it in the record. Because sometimes, Madam President, and I say so with all sincerity, those passing statements are made deliberately, hoping that we will not pick them up. I just picked it up, and I want to just ask if it was an error, the member corrects it, and if it was not, that he withdraws it.
Okay. Senator Fede, please clarify.
Yeah, no, 2010, 2011. Yeah. 2010, 2011. Let's struck that off the record. And so, Madam President, The report was published. A new administration came in 2016. But note, 2010, 2011, and the senator, my colleague, leader of government business, is very, 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 very enthusiastic and keen to make sure that we have the timelines right. No problem. Madam President, I am committed to the timelines. But, Madam President, while the report had finished midterm in the SLP administration of 2011 to 2016, they showed no real commitment to solving the 26 recommendations that were made in the impacts report. Facts. The United Workers' Party administration, Madam President, came into government in 2016 and did the following. 1, worked with the DPP's office to make sure that the evidential files which the previous DPP had complained about, because after the SLP ran out of time, they went on a political platform and then asked the present DPP, Mrs. Charles, to publish the impact report and do something about the impacts report.
Senator Fady, I pause to ask you, what's the relevance of your argument as it pertains to the Child Justice Bill which is before us? I have given you leeway. This is the second time I'm saying that I've given you leeway, and I'm trying to get you to get back on track. So please make this relevant to what we are debating right now, which is the Child Justice Bill, the amendment.
Yes.
The amendment.
Madam President, I have stated all through my presentation that very, very young offenders are the perpetrators of the crime situation in our country. I've gone through juvenile delinquency and rehab. Madam President, we cannot discuss the amendment which seeks to expand the prison sentence of very young offenders of the very same crime that we're talking about, and not discuss the crime situation, because a lot of these killings have to do with young people.
I concur. However, I want you to make it relevant when you go into the impacts report. Make that relevant. How do you tie it in? I am waiting for that connection to be made.
So many of the people who were killed are young people. Many of them. You look at the ages of them, Madam President, very, very young people. People who were targeted by the police for crimes that they were supposedly committed in their teenage days.
The people were targeted by the police for crimes that they committed in their teenage years? This is what you just indicated?
Supposedly. Supposedly.
Be very careful.
Supposedly, listen to my words, Madam President, were supposedly targeted. Okay? But, Madam President, and that is, 1, the United Workers' Party government of 2016 to 2021 did this. A cabinet conclusion of April 2021, an independent, there was one of the recommendations from the report suggests that we need an independent organization to investigate crimes that has to do with the police. The police, in other words, should not investigate itself. That was one of the recommendations. If you look
Madam President, I rise on a point of order.
Senator Jobahir,
Rise on a point of order.
what is your point of order, Senator?
Madam President, the member and the contents of his speech do not relate to the bill at hand. You did caution him a while ago and requested he diverts his attention back to the Child Justice Bill, but he goes on a rant about ORC. And I know that this has been what is in the public domain from the Monday night show to Tuesday night to Wednesday and Thursday again, Madam President. Clearly there is an agenda not to deal with the bill at hand, and I would caution the member through you or advise or suggest that he focuses, because he's going all over the place on things that have been debated in sittings before.
Senator Fede, I wish again to point it out to you, the relevance. I am sorry. I'm just lost at this point in time as to what your debate is about. We were talking about the Child Justice Bill and the changes, the amendments being brought forward from the 3 years and giving the judges discretion as it pertains to the crime committed by a child, someone under the age of 18 and older than 12. I'm asking you, please, to confine your debate to that issue. Thank you.
Madam President, it's very, very difficult to talk about crime being perpetrated by young offenders and not look at the broader crime situation in the country, when the very crime itself are largely being committed by young offenders. How could we fail to make that link? If we do that, Madam President, what we're doing...
Senator Fede, I agree, but you are failing to make the link. This is exactly what I'm saying to you. You have strayed very far away, Senator. So I'm bringing you back to what is before you. I know you can, so please.
Thank you, Madam President. And so, Madam President, we cannot discuss. You see, it is my impression, Madam President, that my colleagues opposite, the issues that are being discussed here, it's too hot for them to handle. And so what they want to do, Madam President, is to skirt around. They were the very ones, Madam President, who told the country that the same Minister of Housing's visa was revoked. Today they want to sit in Parliament and tell us that they never said that. They're the ones who said that.
Senator Fede.
Yes?
Take your seat, please. I am speaking. I bring to your attention Standing Orders 37, Contents of Speech in Section 1. Subject to the provisions of the Standing Orders, debate upon any motion, bill, or amendment shall be relevant to such motion, bill, or amendment, and a senator shall confine his observations to the subject under discussion. Senator Fede, if you cannot stick to that, it's clearly saying to me that you cannot stick to the issue beforehand. I've been guiding you for the longest while, and you go off on a tangent again. Senator, please return to the bill at hand.
Very well, Madam President. Thank you very much. I don't think I've diverted at all. So we have a little disagreement in terms of what is relevant to the bill and what isn't. But, Madam President, your view shall prevail.
We don't have a disagreement, Senator.
We do?
No, we don't. I am guiding you. We're not disagreeing here.
Well, I don't think that I've strayed. I think, Madam President, that these issues are relevant. You see, if we want to talk about this cosmetically, right, we're dealing with a crime crisis. We're dealing with a number of the inmates at Bordelais being young people. We're dealing with many people coming from the Boys Training Center who are reoffenders. We're dealing with a situation where many of the young people from Bordelais are not only, from the BTC, are not only going back to the BTC, but are graduating to more serious crimes to Bordelais. That phenomenon is very related to the very clause that we're trying to amend. So I don't think that we are going to succeed in having a fruitful discussion about this if we're going to skirt around the issues and only narrowing it to the responsibilities of the judges and the responsibilities of the parliament. You see, I see this a lot more fundamental than that. And I see that the heart of some of what we are dealing with, the byproduct of what we're dealing with, a very deteriorating juvenile situation in the country, tells me that this is the product. If you don't have a cabinet that sets the right tone, then the young people of the country cannot get a role model. Senator Jha said it. And I was just elaborating on what Senator Jha said, that if we teach them to hate on Facebook, was her comment, then how could they love? If we teach them to hate on the show Can I Help You? I mean, is it because the minister is a sitting government minister that the now senators are going to try to ignore and to pretend like the show doesn't exist and attacks people? I cannot do that. It is the same line of argument which Senator Jha has so eloquently submitted to this House that I'm simply submitting. I'm just elaborating on what the senator says. So when you turn on your TV and that government minister, and it's important because the government minister is in the executive, and the executive branch is at the apex of decision making in the country. So I don't know, why is it that we have to be diplomatic? If we're diplomatic about the facts, we will never ever solve our problem. This is not a time for cosmetic speeches. This is a time for deep soul searching in this country if we are serious about solving crime. We cannot, for political convenience, hug a certain issue and choose to see a certain issue one way, and then when it's inconvenient, let us then say that the minister has had his visa reinstated, when you know fully well he doesn't have a personal visa. Come on. This is not right.
Senator Goddard.
So how will the young people...
Madam President, again, I think that this has to be, I rise on a point of order. I think that this has to be brought to an end. Whether or not one has a visa for the US, for China, for Russia, for Ukraine, does not speak in any way to a person's character and has nothing to, or
Of course it
does not speak to anybody's character and is not a qualification for your being a member of the cabinet. I want to say that this mindset, it shows, it's reflective of the mindset that colonialization had a conscience. Right. For us to believe that in order to sit in the cabinet of St. Lucia, we must have the blessing of some foreign country who has decided to give or not to give us a visa, that is reflective of that kind of thinking. And I would like Senator Fede to desist once and for all on what he is going on there now. As a St. Lucian, I am completely disturbed by that kind of thinking, that a US visa, a Russian visa, a Ukraine visa decides whether we should sit in a cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your state of mind, Senator Goddard. Senator Fede, with the 5 minutes that you have left, I am cautioning you, at least in your closing argument, to make this relevant to the Child Justice Bill. And this is not for me to lecture you on what to say. However, I must go according to the standing orders. I did not have to interrupt Senator, your two senators. I did not have to interrupt them. And they made their presentation and they linked it to the issue beforehand. Again, I'm saying to you, with your 4.5 minutes left, please stick to the issue.
Madam President, I thank you for your guidance. Madam President, I think it stole about 8 minutes from me, but that's all right. Madam President, again, I will submit this. The issues that are being thrown on the floor is too hot for my colleagues on the other side to handle. Madam President, but I will conclude. And this is the last point I would like to make. You see, Madam President, the police is very crucial in all of this. So we've spoken about the Parliament, we've spoken about the responsibilities of the judges and the obligation that they may have. But crucially as well, equally crucial, is the role the police has to play. It is my view that the juvenile delinquent or the juvenile situation in this country will continue to deteriorate if this government does not get a grip on how it deals with the leadership of the police force. Giving people a 1-year contract, a 6-month contract is a joke. You cannot get fundamental change in an organization that needs stability and direction of leadership if you're going to play politics like that with the organization. I don't know who is it that, and I asked the question, and the question should be asked, why isn't the government committing a police commissioner for 3 years, 2 years at a time, so that we can have stable leadership in the police force? This is necessary if this amendment is going to work. If the amendment, if we're going to come and pass laws that we believe that is going to help the deteriorating juvenile situation, and I have all confidence in my colleagues that they mean well when they came with this
business.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise on a point of order, and I refer to the relevance of this line of argument. This amendment refers specifically to deleting a section and giving a judge, or in some cases a magistrate, in the judiciary discretion to deal with a sentencing in the case of a juvenile. The member has now gone on a tangent talking about the appointment of police commissioners. This has nothing to do with police commissioners or police. This has to do with a case where there is an offense that has been committed and a judge is being given the ability to exercise discretion. Madam President, I know you have been very generous, very understanding. But at this point, I think the member has been given tremendous latitude and privilege and has decided that he's just going to say anything. And I think this is grossly irrelevant and should not be permitted in this line of argument. So I please ask for your discretion in that regard.
Thank you, Senator. And I think with that said, Senator Spady has run, time has elapsed. Senator Jawahir.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I want to take this opportunity to commend Mr. Harrow on his maiden speech. It was a very good effort. Although I paid attention and I was looking for an opportunity where either of the senators on the opposite side would have made mention of any of the initiatives that their government at the time would have been able to implement as it relates to fighting crime. However, on this side, the government of St. Lucia, under the leadership of Honorable Philip J. Pierre, has an extensive record, as early as the first 100 days, in implementing legislation that targets ensuring that young persons have a second chance at life, allowing them the opportunity to be reintegrated into society. And just by way of example, decriminalization of up to 30 grams of marijuana, and expunging the records of young men who were arrested for those crimes. Just last night, I was in the community of Sarat, and the gentlemen there, and you would think that young people don't know these things, they know these things, and they spoke very highly of the fact that they do not have to go to jail anymore for a spliff. Because the member opposite said that there are no initiatives that she could identify, and she was specific in saying Demery. But Madam President, I'm on my feet, so I will allow to just refresh her memory on bills that we have passed in this House when she was on that side, also giving presentations. We talk about the semi-professional football league where our young people are getting paid for the first time in the history of our country. Interventions to tackle youth unemployment and deviation of behavior. And by way of, and Madam President, just to let you know, even Barbados has now launched a semi-professional football league because they see the wisdom in what our Prime Minister is doing. The Youth Economy Agency, the temporary senator said that it is insufficient and we have to bring groups of young people together and create, millionaires. And I get it, of course. But can we say that 3,000 lives have not been touched as a result of the Youth Economy Agency? 3,000 young persons in St. Lucia have benefited from either the $5,000 grants or mentorship support, marketing support, financial support, training support. And when I speak of financial support, I speak of a time when I did not have that opportunity when I left SAFA, when I became a working professional, because I needed to have a credit line of 2 years or more. And somebody, if I had some business idea, somebody could quickly come up and take that idea because they had the capital. But young people now can become entrepreneurs, can become fishers. They can also employ other people under the Philip J. Pierre administration. This is what we are doing in terms of youth intervention, Madam President. Upgrading sporting facilities. Why do I make mention of upgrading sporting facilities? Because that is known to tackle crime. When our unattached youth, some of them who may be unemployed, some of them who are not part of social organizations, some of them would be on the streets. They need to find ways to occupy their time. That is why the government of St. Lucia has rehabilitated and continues to rehabilitate sporting facilities across the country, Madam President. Lighting at Wen Playing Field and rehabilitation. Mindo Philip Park, they started the lighting program in Granivé, Cicero, Otabo Court in Ansare, Bonte Court in the north, Dennery South sitting and stands, Mabuya Playing Field in Dennery North. We've started that. The lighting at Crossover Park, it's like the senator does not work, live, function, anything in that constituency because she doesn't know of what these things, that are happening, Madam President.
Not in Dennery North anymore.
Madam President, because she asked, where are the sports and youth mentorship programs? I had to make mention of these things. She spoke of, we ought to save youth to get out of crime. Madam President, I can understand why none of them were able to stand up and give us recommendations or say what they have done. Because in their cabinet, with the most sportsmen and women, they did nothing to get the people out of the stadium and give the stadium back to the young people of St. Lucia. But guess what? Under this Philip J. Pierre administration, and in 2024, the year of excellence, I like to call it, Julian Alfred, gold and silver medal. Darren Sammy leading the charge with Johnson Charles, and we had ICC cricket here. We also won the Caribbean Premier League. Madam President, look, now we even have more Grammy Award winners and people being, our young people are thriving. And to stand up and say that there is nothing being done, no programs, no development, no support, is disingenuous. Madam President, in terms of tackling crime, we're speaking of the Child Justice Bill and the amendment. And I can understand why the question can be asked about, the term limits, etc. But I can just bring us back down memory lane. When we came into office and established one of the most stringent penalties on possession of illegal firearms, we stated what the sentences should be, but it was still at the discretion of the magistrate. And just for their attention, and Senator Lee can correct me if I'm wrong, government does not establish sentencing. That is done by the Chief Justice, I believe. So, Madam President, these are all interventions that are collaborative in terms of getting feedback from the Bar Association, from the magistrates, from those who actually work in the Boys Training Center, because some people think that the Boys Training Center is ineffective. I was a big sister at Boys Training Center. These young men were taught life skills. They are being taught how to use their hands. I still have, and I passed it on to a friend of mine, a grill that a young man made for me. Talented. But because they have deviated in their youth, it does not mean that we must cast them aside.
Exactly.
Yet the situation that is presented to us now is that we are finding a lot of our young men engaging in criminal activities on the complete extreme. We must do something about it. Some people say we need to make statements every time something happens. I agree, we can make statements. But what is required is action.
That's right.
And this is what we are doing. Action under the leadership of Honorable Philip J. Pierre. The leader of opposition business spoke about the lack of access to justice. But when we were ascending to the CCJ, they protested against it.
That's right.
What does the CCJ do for St. Lucians? It gives them access, easier access to justice. Rather than paying thousands of dollars to travel to another country to be tried before persons who, and I can say it, who are not entirely familiar with our culture or our country, we have judges that look like you, that look like me, that can allow for our young men and women to be properly represented in a short space of time. And speaking of short space of time, it is Honorable Philip J. Pierre who has implemented the Swift Justice Program, giving $1 million annually to ensure that there is a decrease in the backlog of cases. It is our Prime Minister who has purchased a ballistic comparison microscope for about $417,000 tackling crime, training 78 recruits. And I must commend them. Everywhere you go in Castries, you see a recruit. But Jay, you can pass left, you can pass right. If you don't see them, they are so diligent in the work that they are doing. And I must make a special plea to the people of St. Lucia, let us abide by the laws. The recruits are doing their jobs. And Prime Minister Honorable Philip J. Pierre has promised support for another 79 recruits in this budget. And let me tell you, this is just part of the intervention. I would have loved for the member to talk about training, but I know she cannot relate because it was her government that removed the training support to the police. And this SLP administration reinstated it and topped it up. Ballistic vests, ATVs, jet skis, vehicles, the most that any commissioner of police has ever received in the history of St. Lucia. And the Prime Minister is right. He is not a policeman. His job is to implement or create the policy for the men and women of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force to do their jobs. They are the experts. And when they come to him and say, Prime Minister, this is what we need, this is what we need, he makes it his duty to give it to them. So using that narrative of because his father was a police, he is right. He is not, but he takes guidance, something I know your leader cannot relate to. Madam President, I am closing, but I just want to leave, because I really do not want to leave any stone unturned, but I want to leave this with the senator because I realize they've left her there all by herself. Government of St. Lucia continues to rehabilitate police stations across the island. The Grosse Ile Northern Police Headquarters is under construction. Custody suites is almost completed. What they broke down, drug squad is almost completed. So, Madam President, on all aspects, when you look at crime in a holistic way, the government is doing its best to ensure that we minimize. But this is not a St. Lucia Labour Party problem. It is not a UWP problem. It is a St. Lucia problem, where every single St. Lucian must make it his or her responsibility to ensure that we play a critical part in tackling crime, Madam President. And for me, the amendment to the Child Justice Bill is just another way of putting our foot down and saying enough is enough. We do not want any more lives lost. And we must send a strong message to those who engage in criminal behavior that the authorities will play their parts in exercising the full extent of the law, and we must take back our country. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Antoine Prosper.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Child Justice Act of 2018, number 9, establishes the judicial procedure for the treatment of children and youth within the court and penal system. It was set out to protect the rights of the child. Madam President, the old African proverb states that it takes a village to raise a child. I'm getting the impression today that it's the government that raises the children. The community must provide a safe and healthy environment for children to experience growth and development. Madam President, some of our young people have fallen through the cracks. Maybe there was no timely intervention. But we cannot blame them, and we cannot give up on our children. Madam President, this is not a time to play politics or the blame game on the crime situation in St. Lucia. We are all concerned about the surge of crime, especially among the young people. Madam President, a minor who commits a crime currently receives a maximum of 3 years. This bill gives the judge the privilege to decide on either the appropriate period, the discretion to decide on the appropriate period of incarceration for the crime. It does not mean that judges are only going to extend the time that young people are incarcerated. There are two ends of the spectrum. And we know that the judges have used their discretion prudently in the past, and we do not expect the standards to change. So I was really appalled when I heard the senator earlier suggesting that the judges may not be impartial. Madam President, I support the fact that we must provide opportunities for our children to socialize. And we know that in the modern world, a lot of our children are confined to a device. And we may have realized that indeed social media has not helped our young people to socialize. And this is probably an issue that we have to address. We must provide our young people, and the government has had initiatives. We know that we are encouraging at education level, we are encouraging the support of civics at school and support civics at school. We are trying to rekindle and support youth groups and sports. And this government now maintains and is upgrading many of the playing fields that were left for cattle to graze. And the members opposite can identify with that. Madam President, we must help our children, as we have heard before, with conflict resolution. I didn't hear anyone say that unemployment among the youth was above 20%, but it's now below 12%. It was above 30%, I am subject to correction. The lowest it has been since 2012. It means that the government is doing something positive, something good, something that is impacting the lives of the young people of St. Lucia. And we have heard of the Youth Economy Agency, MSME loans, their security interest in movable property registry, there's community tourism, and the list goes on, because the St. Lucia Labour Party is working for the people. We are looking after the marginalized in St. Lucia. We are helping our people earn a livelihood. We are not catering just for a few, but most of the people of St. Lucia. Madam President, we need to work together as a community, as a nation, to bring back family structure and engage our youth meaningfully. This is not the job of the government alone, the job of the opposition as well. We invite the churches, community groups, all of us. We must all be the role models that we want our young people to emulate, to ensure that our youth are less likely to resort to crime, to solve the most trivial issues. Some of us seem to forget that, and our very behavior in the chambers suggests that some of us may not be the role models that our young people are looking for. Madam President, we heard of the TVET institutions that have been introduced. It is a transformative project aimed at equipping our nation, our youth, with skills required to thrive in the rapidly evolving global economy. And I hate to hear people say that TVET is for students who are less academically inclined. And I always say that I visited Guyana with a group of principals, and we were appalled at the number of students who are writing 14, 15, 16, 25 subjects. And included in those subjects are the TVET subjects. Because we must realize that we are lacking skill set in our country. You cannot find a plumber, a mason. And these are skills that those children can use to start their own businesses. They don't have to work for somebody. And I have continuously said that we cannot teach our children anymore that they go to school to get a job. We must change the mindset that our young people can start their own businesses. And this is why this visionary government has instituted the youth economy. And some people who did nothing for the youth are finding that the money is not enough. Nothing is enough. Everything has to be big. Everybody has to start as a millionaire. But we know in a small economy that we start small. We dream big, but we start small. Because the problem that most of our youth have had is to have the seed money to start their businesses. And this is an opportunity that all of us should embrace. Not anything to criticize, but to embrace, because we did nothing about it. And we cannot blame this government for the crime surge. The crime didn't start in 2021. There must have been something that went wrong before that. And maybe some people may be able to help us understand what they did that caused the crime to surge. Maybe this government is the one getting the blunt of the criticism for it. But it didn't start in 2021, and we must all remember that. And we cannot point fingers at anybody. We all must take the blame for the breakdown in society that has happened. What we should do now is to reflect and think of how all of us can come together to make a better St. Lucia, to make our communities safer. And don't stand aside and look at somebody else and blame anybody for the crime surge. So I am encouraging all of us to come together, because the government can do its part, but we all. Crime is not any one person's problem in St. Lucia. Crime is a problem for the economy. Crime is a problem for our image on the global stage. Crime affects our productivity. Crime affects families. And we can never tell who is the next victim. So I urge everybody to put their heads together and don't just look at this amendment because it is asking the judge for discretion. Clause 3 of the bill provides for an amendment to subsection 2 of section 52. The amendment removes the period for which a child can be sentenced, and this is what we are here for today, to a correctional facility, and provides the court with a discretion. So this is something that happens after a crime has been committed. What we have to do as a nation is to look for ways of prevention of the crime. And this is why I stand in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I was hoping that as I stood to respond to the submissions by the members of this chamber, particularly the opposition, and most importantly, perhaps for today, the young temporary senator, that I would have had the opportunity to respond in his presence. I'm hoping that he hasn't developed in such a short space of time a bad habit, and I'm speaking about being in the chamber, to give the courtesy to members to respond. Madam President, I will begin first of all by reiterating the purpose for which this amendment was being made. And it was to give a judge or a magistrate the discretion with regard to the penalty to be imposed if a juvenile has committed a crime. Madam President, even aside from that particular amendment or particular situation, it is known, and I think Senator Lee may have raised that issue when he made his submission, that discretion, I'm happy to see the member in the chamber now, so I probably will be able to respond to him in my next point. The the member, Senator Lee, did make the point that in sentencing, there are guidelines that exist for judges. So it's a general convention that happens, and judges don't just sit in a chamber and do things haphazardly. He is a legal luminary, a legal mind, so he would have had some authority to make that statement. And Madam President, judges and magistrates have always had discretion. Even if you prescribe a minimum or maximum sentence, they will still and always have the discretion to decide what the sentence should be. Madam President, I want to agree with the submission made by Senator Lee when he asserted that more should be done with regard to the amendment, but he asked a particular question that I will attempt to address. And the question was, what is the mischief that we are trying to resolve in this amendment? And I like the fact that he said we are trying to resolve, because I don't think any one amendment will give any guarantee that you will resolve any piece of legislation. Because as time evolves, as societies evolve, as technology and other things come into play, as there's sophistication in crime, there'll always be need to revisit legislation. But I want to submit that two of the things that I think this piece of legislation is attempting to resolve. One is to deal with the issue of deterrence, or deterring would-be young people who would be or would have been considered or would be targeted to commit crimes where the adults know that the sentencing for them would have been greater, may choose to pick on young people who can only serve 3 years to commit the same crime and then get away with a lesser sentence. And if a young person at 17 knows that if he does something that is, a severe or something that can cause him to find himself in problems with the law, that he would have second thoughts if he knows that he may get a sentence that is beyond 3 years. A second issue that I think we need to pay attention to with regard to the intention of the bill is the issue of the timing and the speed and efficiency of the judicial system, which is a fact. A young person, a juvenile, may have committed an indictable offense, a serious offense, at age 16. During the judicial process, he may have been sent to a juvenile center, rehabilitation might be in progress, there may be some delays in the process of solving the crime, and 2 or 3 years elapse. By age 18, this young person, age 19, he would have served, or he would have been in some kind of incarceration or whichever for a period of 3 years. Now, if that has happened, by the time the young person is ready to face trial, 3 years may have elapsed. And therefore, that young person can now walk. So I think, and I'm not saying that the judicial system should not be more efficient. We have all agreed it should be. But I think the key issue for me here is that this will deter would-be young people who would be or who would have been targets to go and commit crimes that carry stiffer penalties for adults, to know that the penalties will be stiffer for them and it doesn't only go up to 3 years. Madam President, I noted the submission by the young senator, Senator Harrow, and I thought he was doing very well, or quite well, for most of his presentation, and I sat very, attentively listening to him and observing his, his posture and all of that, until he got to the end of his presentation and was drawn into, I don't know if that was advice he received or for some reason, he descended to a certain innuendo, and I do not want to repeat it, the 3-letter abbreviation that the political leader of his party or the party that he represents has used. I'm not going to say it. There are some things I will not utter in this chamber. And I just want to offer a word of advice that when you are on a path and you're doing something well, try to avoid, stay away from those types of things. I think it will serve him well in the future. But I want to also respond to some of the issues that he raised. I want to, first of all, point out that Senator Harrow, when he started off his presentation, made a reference to the need for us to show decorum in this chamber. Decorum, and that was a very appropriate word. The only thing I really wish would have happened, because as he was saying that, Senator Fede was just walking in, I would have liked for him to stare him in the eye, and as he made that statement, look at him and say to him, we need to show more decorum in this chamber. That's all I was hoping would have happened. But I want to commend him for having the courage to speak the truth on that one and say that we need to observe more decorum in this chamber as a young person. And I would like that he passes on that kind of information and advice to his colleagues, starting in the Senate, and he can go further with it. Madam President, he made up a very persistent plea regarding rehabilitation. And I think we all in this chamber can agree that rehabilitation has to be a very critical part of the process of dealing with young people. But I say to him that the issue of assuming that there is some kind of semblance of political interference or political color when judges may make decisions, I would probably discourage him from thinking in that direction and give a little more consideration in terms of our judicial system. I think it would be unwise to make that assumption. And I say so because against the backdrop that the political leader of his party has about 15 cases, has so many cases lodged in that judicial system, I'm sure it seems to me that he really trusts that system. To have all these cases in the system that you are suspicious of, it tells me that he has a certain level of confidence in that system, to have all these cases. So he's basically thinking that the system will serve justice. He referred to some models with regard to Germany and Brazil, so it tells me that he did some research. So I want to encourage that line of approach to thinking and debating. I think it's commendable that the young man had some time to do some research. So, Madam President, I wanted to respond and point out the positives and some of the things that required a response from here. But, Madam President, at some point, there was an issue with regard to, and I think that was raised by Senator Polius, where she highlighted and asked the question, what are we doing? We ought to be doing something to help the young people. Of course. I think Senator Jawahir and the other senators have given a list of things that the government has been doing with regard to the plight of young people. But I want to say what we ought not to be doing. We ought not to be telling people, and I'm saying that because it has been happening from the political platforms of the party that they represent. We ought not to be telling people that they should get up in the morning angry. We ought not to be telling people that they must be angry, because anger is a recipe for disaster, for aggression. We should be preaching peace, resolution, tolerance, coexistence. That is what we should be preaching. So it's nice to say, what are we doing? But on the other hand, you can't go on public platforms and incite people, get up angry. These are things that have been said from platforms from which their leaders speak. Madam President, I don't want to go into all of the sports programs because I think that has been properly debated. But I want to remind the opposition of a number of programs that the government has implemented. The semi-professional football league that we spoke about, and there is to come a semi-professional cricket league. I also know that there is an elite athlete development program that perhaps our young people can tap into. There's the after-school program that is actually on and has been reinstated and reactivated. There are two, one on the west coast and one on the the east coast all the way to Choiseul, and one in the north. And it gives an avenue for young people after school hours to be able to engage in constructive activity. I want to commend the Ministry of Sports for this initiative. Madam President, I now round up with the presentations or response to the presentation made by the Leader of Opposition Business. or just before, I just want to add also that we have the Our Boys Matter program that I don't think was mentioned. And I think civics education being introduced into the curriculum is a very important move. And I subscribe to the issue of improved technical training and the reinstating of the training vote for the police. Madam President, an important statistic that we need to know as far as the efforts of this government is that we have reduced youth unemployment to its lowest ever in this country. Lowest ever in this country, from over 30% to now 18%. Madam President, this is unprecedented. And this is what our youth need to know, that we are representing their interests and reducing unemployment among them so that they can have more to do with their time
Senator
and more
Feely.
to do to be productive.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise on the point of order. The member is misleading the House when he says that we are presiding over an unprecedented unemployment rate. That is inaccurate youth unemployment rate. It's clear, we've debated time and time again. The methodology of measuring unemployment in this country was changed, and the Statistics Department warned all of us in the Economic and Social Review that no year can be compared to the year 2022 when the unemployment stats were changed. So that's grossly inaccurate.
Proceed, Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I will not descend to that again, I won't. Madam President, I want to begin in response to Senator Feely's presentation. When he made reference to the roles of the legislature and juxtaposed it against the executive and even tried to bring the police in, and I think he had to be, there were several points of orders raised on that point. Madam President, there is no way that this government will attempt to interfere with the roles of the judiciary. What we do is, as legislators, we legislate. The executive puts the policies in place and allow the judiciary to do its work. We will continue to do that. Madam President, we saw a whole convoluted approach to the debate on this part. There was a whole thing about impacts that I don't know what relevance it had. But I want to just make a simple statement on that. And whereas the member tried to bring this into the debate, I want to remind him that, and I think I had to correct him when he tried to make it seem that the extrajudicial killings happened under the watch of the Labour Party in 2013. He subsequently corrected himself. But I also want to remind him that during the period 2016 to 2021, close to the elections of 2021, his leader on public television, days before the elections, in a desperate attempt to try to make some St. Lucians feel that there was a resolution, made a statement that reads something like this. Our negotiations with the US government ended with the resolution of the impacts affair. And it is on public television, and that statement, of course, proved to have been, well, we can say what it is now, because if that had been resolved, I don't know why we would even be having a conversation about that particular impacts issue today. So, Madam President, I think that it was also supported by a statement that the DPP made around the same time, that there was not enough evidence to prosecute any police officer. And again, that DPP was serving in the government where he served. So if that solution had been reached,
Senator
I don't
Feely.
know.
Yeah, Madam President, just a couple of things. Rising a point of order, the member is misleading the House on two counts. A, to suggest that the leader of the opposition said that there was a total resolution. The leader of the opposition has indicated and did refer to the very fact that St. Lucia, certain departments were now allowed to train again under the lay law. We had a resolution to the sanctions brought against us by the US, and when the US ambassador came and he met with her publicly, they had a joint press conference. The US ambassador said she was happy with St. Lucia's move to implement several of the recommendations from the impacts report, which led to the move by the U.S. to allow certain departments of the police to gain the training, number one. Number two, the DPP now has suggested to the police, Madam President, that they should arrest concerning one of the extrajudicial killings. That press conference was just last year. So the evidence that the member is speaking about that didn't exist, that has far been rectified, because the DPP used his legal judgment and recommended to the police that they should arrest at least a or two police officers that are connected to one of the extrajudicial killings.
Senator, Leader of Government Business, my apologies.
Madam President, I suspect when the member stands on a point of elucidation, he should say so, because he attempted to elucidate on what he thought I ought to have said. I don't know what the point of order was. But anyhow, you've asked me to move on. Madam President, I just want to end with, maybe a while ago I had paraphrased. I want to quote the statement that was made a few days before the election of 2021 in July, and it was in the same month that the elections were held, by his leader, the now opposition leader. Our negotiations with the US government ended with the resolution of the impacts affair. End of quote. And that statement, I can give him the link to go and Google it and he'll find it. It's on TV, it was made in the public. And all I'm saying is, I want to even leave out the DPP. I don't like to get involved with public officers. I prefer to deal with the politicians. Madam President, if there was a resolution to the problem in 2021 in July, why is it that in 2025 in February, we are still having a conversation about that issue being unresolved? So, Madam President, the logic is quite clear. I want to say, first of all, that this argument had no place in the debate, but since he mentioned it, I wanted to clarify where it was going and why it was not relevant. Madam President, I want to bring the debate back to what this resolution was about. So this amendment was about. It was always about giving a judge or magistrate the discretion with regard to the penalty if in the event that a juvenile had committed an offense. And I have given, I think the most pertinent question that was asked in this chamber today was asked by the independent senator who incidentally has a legal mind, a legal professional, and he asked, what is the mischief that this intends to try to quell? I think it's a genuine question, because when you come to amend resolutions, you are usually trying to either solve a problem or to deal with a situation. And I think, from my understanding, my humble submission is that it is meant to deter young people who would have considered committing a crime, thinking that the penalty would have been less severe for them and more severe for adults, that if they know that there is a chance that the penalty for them would be more severe, it would serve as a deterrent. The psychology that we learn basically applied to everything will tell you, if people know a consequence, they may decide against an action, because the consequence of an action can cause someone to decide whether they take the action or not. So if there is a perception in the mind of a young person that there is a severe consequence for getting involved in something, it would serve as a deterrent and not allow them to think that all they can get is 3 years. They can go and do something. 3 years later, they're out and they can get away. So I think that, for me, is logic. It makes sense. And if anything else does not suffice, I think I can subscribe to that argument and give my full support to that amendment. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that the Child Justice Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be an act to amend the Child Justice Act, Cap 3.09.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 54.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 81.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the Child Justice Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg that the report of the committee be adopted and that the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Child Justice Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Child Justice Amendment Act 2025.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg for suspension of the Senate until 3:30 in the afternoon. 3:30 p.m.
Senators, the question is that the sitting of the Senate be suspended until 3:30 p.m. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended.
Peut-être pour aller déjeuner, il y aurait des virées à 3h30, comme je te dis. Mais durant la session aujourd'hui, nous avons tenu une discussion en motion pour l'année en bâtiment, il y a créé MV Logos Hope qui a toujours venu simplifier plusieurs fois, une fois par l'année, une fois par tous les 2 années, avec Logos Hope. Pour ça, ils sont venus en Vieux-Fort, c'est en la route Vieux-Fort, ils sont venus avec des machines pour 1 mois, mais normalement, le pays a dit qu'ils sont venus avec des machines pour payer VAT pour les. Avec eux, uniquement dit pour le gouvernement pour ne pas payer VAT, puisqu'il y a vendre livres, il y a mener un chai de livre, particulièrement livre, pour faire mon livre qui n'est pas tellement cher. Avec ça en cause en chai discussion. Et ça qui était plus intéressant, comme je l'ai dit, c'est de noter ici, ça c'est mardi, avec discussion, ça c'est la partie autant de discussions à ce motion là. Il a été passé à Caille Concite mardi, mais à ce ça-là, il tenait une chaque discussion, mais ça dit discussion, il commençait et puis présentation par chef face à l'opposition, ça c'est sénateur Fédé, c'est Dominique Fédé, qui commençait, il parlait en chaque à ce VAT ça va c'est un mauvais bagage avec il a cause un seul problème avec toutes ces bagages ça là. Mais avec il souvent il était speaker président Sénat là pour vertir pour rester en ligne et puis ça qui était discuter avec c'est ça ça dit qui commençait toute discussion à ce motion ça là. Virgil?
Yes, as you said, from the time the Senate convened this morning, it was something of like, it was like fireworks with the leader of opposition business. What seemed like a straightforward motion, the resolution to just exempt VAT for the logos, for 2 vehicles by the logos Hope. It seemed a pretty straightforward motion as it was in the lower house. And it went on. I think eventually every single member of the Senate made a contribution. But basically the whole argument centered around VAT, as you were saying, and the leader of opposition business, he felt that it was oppressive, that the VAT tax was oppressive. And the members on the other side counted particularly, I think, a contribution by the interim senator, Judge Gordon. He reminded the leader of the opposition that in fact the VAT was actually instituted in 2012 under his government, the United Workers' Party. And so there was a whole back and forth, as you said. It really took up a great length of time in the morning session. And the argument was not even centered on the motion itself, having to do with the VAT exemption for the logos Hope, but it really centered on VAT, who had instituted it, who had removed it, who promised to remove it. And so it was a long, drawn-out debate which saw arguments and counter-arguments, interruptions, and the like, and causing the president of the Senate to interrupt and to really be on her feet to kind of bring the proceedings under some kind of control. And another thing which happened in the morning session was a young senator on the opposition side. His name is Joshua Harry, and he gave his maiden address to the Senate, and he spoke on the bill, which was the Child Justice Amendment Bill, and he spoke on his objection to the bill. He said that he couldn't support it because he felt that the bill had many loopholes, because this bill in particular leaves sentencing on young juveniles to the discretion of the judges. And he was saying, given the perception of how judges are perceived in the land and how justice is seen to be done in the land, he felt that it was unequal, and it was, in his own words, a betrayal of the young people. But it was interesting, his very first line when he started the debate, he said he called on his older colleagues, older members of the Senate to when they're in the House, to have some decorum.
And that was based on what transpired earlier.
And it was based on what transpired earlier, that even he, as a young senator, was saying to the older folks, that let us
watch the conduct.
Let us watch our conduct. Let us exercise some kind of restraint, because young people are watching. And of course, that really had to do with the leader of opposition, who really was almost in a combative mood when he came on this morning. But we saw that fizzled out very quickly, I think. So the young Harrow did have some kind of impact, on the general mood and tone of the proceedings thereafter.
Oui, nous avons utilisé plus ça, c'est ça qui passé. Là, nous avons fini, et bien là, nous vivons commencer en session aujourd'hui. Tu m'as dit que nous avons dévié à 3h30, nous avons merci un peu pour rester, et puis rester puis NTN, comme nous avons toujours porté, information qui est importante pour élever Sainte-Lucie. Merci un peu, nous avons dévié à dans un petit moment.